You're not going to see a lot of Cox on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon, greetings, welcome, hi there, hey there, oh there. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan. Long commute today, yeah? Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Throwback Thursday.
Did you, of course, Poundcake, in addition to being voted best sports talker in Cleveland by the readers of Cleveland Scene Magazine, he is, of course, the creator of Throwback Thursday. If you've ever seen that hashtag on social media, our own Cody Poundcake Helpful Brown is the one who created it. Did you post an old photo of yourself today?
I did.
You a little dirt stash in junior high or something?
It wasn't me with a dirt stash. It was me and my Ken doll lookalike that Barbie still has not paid me for.
The one in here?
No,
Tiny Poundcake?
Not tiny. I don't know if that's a tiny Poundcake. Is that an original Ken doll, like Barbie doll?
Yeah, Gwen grabbed it from a store.
I don't know. The one that I saw that someone sent to me has a lot of my likeness without having my likeness. It's either me or Michael Estime.
Yeah, this is the tiny Poundcake doll Gwen found in a store a few years back and said that looks exactly like Cody. Of course, Mike and Parma gave me the ghost bag pendant. So Tiny Poundcake, who I usually have hanging on the bureau chief map back here, that's where that comes from. But I believe that that's just a Ken doll, but it does... resemble you somewhat.
I would like some. See, that one, and that one's a little darker than me. Like, that's not my complexion. The one that I posted on my Instagram.
Well, it wasn't a custom order. She just saw it and thought it was funny and bought it.
I understand, but there is one without being a custom order that was just sitting on the shelf that I don't know who sent it to me, but someone was like, this Ken doll looks just like you. And I'm like, it does. It has my nose. It has my features. The only thing it's missing is my mole. And it didn't have my receding hairline, but obviously.
I mean, this doll is in pretty good shape, too. You know, I mean, if I'm to take the shirt off, it's in really good shape.
Well, I'm getting there.
It's got pretty good arms. It's got, can I get this shirt off? Let me take this shirt off.
Buy him a drink first.
Look at this, okay? So, yeah, he's looking all right. Now, I think the pants come off, too, or they at least come down. And it's also anatomically correct to Poundcake, too. See that?
Nice and smooth.
What are you talking about?
Nice
all light skins are hung
and
like Drake.
smooth.
What are you talking about?
What's that?
I said all light skins are hung like Drake.
I like how on the
He did it for
naked,
light skins.
by the way, on the naked, allegedly naked doll here, there's a little waistband that I assume is supposed to be like the top of the underwear. Otherwise, it looks like he's wearing like belted maxi pads from the 70s or something. But there you go.
Again.
What about Drake? Isn't he doing, he's coming to the Romo Fijo, yeah?
Yeah, no, there was
There's a wiener pic leak.
alleged leak video. But
Right, that he was
but I don't believe it. I don't
taking
believe
care
it's
of himself?
actually him. I don't believe it's actually him. It's someone.
I think when he saw it, he goes, yeah, that's me.
Hey, absolutely, I would too.
Is the guy hung?
Well, the guy in the video is hung.
That's what I mean.
But it kind of like ruined it. Like 2015, 2016 me would be all on it. Like, oh my gosh, a celebrity nude leak. But 2024 me is jaded because I'm like, it could be AI, it could be a deep fake, it could be another person that looks like Drake.
Go deep fake.
Is it a grainy selfie?
It's not the best quality.
So
It's like
probably
him
not
filming
AI.
in a mirror And
But the phone's
yeah.
covering his face. I've done
Yeah.
the same thing. Like my Instagram picture is like covering half my face. So you could say it's anybody that looks like me. So it just ruins the fantasy for me. I need to see a birthmark. I need to see a tattoo. I know those.
You want
can be fake, but
confirmation.
I need confirmation before everyone gets in a froth because there's so many celeb nude lookalikes. You never know what is the real thing.
And that's important to you.
It is. Because I don't want to look alike, Shawn Mendes. I want to see Shawn Mendes. Justin Bieber was the one, like, I'm going to make a big spectacle about me being naked. I'm going to be on every magazine in the world. And everyone knew that it was his news. That Justin Bieber leak was huge.
Yeah. Well,
And I didn't get that for Drake.
He needed all that attention. Drake doesn't need that attention, right?
By the way, this makes me dislike Taylor
Doing
Swift.
like back-to-back sold-out nights at the Romo Fijo, I think.
This makes me dislike Drake or dislike Taylor Swift even more because X releases Taylor Swift AI nudes and
Does everything have to come back to Taylor Swift?
her news get her entire name gets banned from X for however long. Drake gets naked and he's a star. He didn't get blocked or no you could search his name and it still pops up. Why is Taylor Swift such a curmudge?
What do you mean a curmudge?
Like she made a big deal. She's like about to sue the dude. It's AI. Like your likeness and everything is available for anyone to make now. Why are you suing
but
the
it's
dude?
because it's essentially along the lines
Because it is her likeness.
It's her likeness.
But is he the only one that's ever done a Taylor Swift lookalike? They have drag queen lookalikes. They have lookalike.
Yeah, but
porn
people know.
stars
But
for
people
Taylor
know that a drag queen is not Taylor Swift.
And
The same people who get mad allegedly that she's on television so much at these football games are the same ones looking for fake porn of her.
But
That's why they ended up having to take it down. She's like, yeah, I would prefer that this not be the case.
well,
Because
I
the
don't like that.
the difference is, and you can call it a double standard, but the numbers don't lie. The vast majority of revenge porn and things along those lines are against women, not against men.
Well, you can't.
Nobody wants to see naked dudes except gay men. What?
That's
He
what I'm
said
trying to
it.
tell you guys.
You heard the man. You heard the man. So you're asking what's the difference between Drake and Taylor Swift in the world of AI porn? That's the difference.
Well, again, we are jaded, and AI, like the fact that we're having this problem, is the issue. It's not
I
necessarily.
mean,
against
it's not a
Taylor Swift.
problem for me. I haven't seen any of it.
also,
Champagne Poppy is the one making a big.
he also can handle it how he wants. And if he didn't want to take it down, he wants people to go and find it and search it. That might be how he told his team to handle it. He might have said, hey, this makes me look like I got a big old hog, so I'm
Yeah.
going to let
people
that
that won't know.
get spread around, whereas Taylor Swift is very proprietary about her sexuality and things like that, which is why she sued that dude that touched her butt for $1 just to prove that he did it. Like that. That's
DJ
how.
in Denver.
Yeah, that's how she handles things. So
Poundcake, there is a massive in an alternate universe, or maybe in a forthcoming universe, there is a massive AI Poundcake nude porn drop, and you react how?
Oh, if it's massive, then yeah, absolutely. I told you. If it's little, then I got to do the real thing to like. Listen, my wiener's definitely
No,
bigger
no,
than
not
that.
massive.
Not the size of the
The
drop
amount.
is met. Not you.
If
not
it's
the
AI?
unit. Yes.
Yeah, if it's AI, I don't have the money and resources to sue. I'm not suing. No, it's out there. I'm saying it's AI,
Right.
and I'm like that person doesn't move like me, doesn't look like me. I got birthmarks and tattoos. I can't even lie about my nudes.
But they replicate all that. They know every nook and cranny. So it's your word against their word. They go, no, this is him. And you go, no, it's not. And they go, yeah, look, all the tattoos. Would we here at the AI business be so silly as to make a tattoo of someone's initials? They go, no, that's from your actual body.
yeah,
Because I guarantee you there's people looking for that kind of attention where they're like, God, I wish somebody would create AI porn of me. And, it's when you're legitimately famous, you don't want that stuff out there because you're monetizing your own resources and your own talents.
well, I don't.
It's the wildly untalented people out there who are looking for the attention.
I think at this point in my career, like that would hurt my career. Like if I was looking for another job and they're like, there's a porn of you that you didn't tell. I'm like, there's no porn of me and it's AI. Then yes, I would sue because it's.
How would that hurt your career?
Well, I'm saying if I get another job and my boss doesn't like it and I don't get a job because of a porn of me that's not really me, that's affecting my ability to make a living.
Yeah.
But
There-
if
people
but if
are-
I
Go ahead. People are just looking for attention.
that's what I'm saying. If I have millions of dollars, it's not going to affect my ability to make a living.
Yeah.
So yes, now I would sue, but I'm just a common man.
You are a common. There's nothing common about you. Anywho, santoratoes@gmail.com. I've got to take a break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you. Maybe you have an impending lawsuit and you need funds. Or maybe it's just for fun. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Listen for that next keyword on the way at 2:30, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Rover. Are you looking for a super offer for Super Bowl 58? DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn
over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense.
I don't understand any of this.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
It's a crying shame what they did to our thing. All of the spirit out of it they did drain. On the shores of Lake Erie, man, there is a committee. It's a corporation, don't know nothing about fornication. A sick abomination ought to be cast out of our nation. It's a rock and roll hall of fame. Rock and roll hall of shame. Rock and roll hall of fame. Why'd they put it in Cleveland? Well, you know it was because of the money.
Rock and Roll Hall of Lame. Mojo Nixon is dead. He did not like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You got to be a certain age to have remembered and or appreciated Mojo Nixon. His real name was Neil McMillan, but he was a guy that was a non-stop shrimp disturber. This guy, he was on the radio, he was touring, he was making rockabilly punk rock music. He was mostly novelty songs. He did an album with Jello Biafra, the Dead Kennedys, a long time ago. And he died on one of these cruises. You know, they'll do there's heavy metal cruises and there's country cruises. And I guess he had a heart attack, maybe too much shrimp at the buffet. I don't know. But Mojo Nixon, if you know him, I doubt any of you guys do.
Nope.
He had a heart attack on the Outlaw Country Cruise. It had been docked in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He was hosting it. He was performing. He was 66 years old, and he died on the cruise. So that's a fun back half of that cruise, if you were there, to hang out with him. He had a song called Elvis is Everywhere that was a big deal back in the day on MTV. That's probably the closest thing he ever had to what you could call a hit. He had Destroy All Lawyers. He had Don Henley Must Die. And he was featured pretty prominently in those early MTV promos. We've referred to the movie Great Balls of Fire on a handful of occasions here, where Dennis Quaid plays Jerry Lee Lewis.
That's my wife, and I love her.
And I love her. And Winona Ryder plays his cousin/wife. Mojo Nixon was the drummer in Jerry's band in that movie. And he would show up every so often in movies, but he was kind of a pop culture figure for a long, long time. He did radio. He was on EBN in Cincinnati in the late 90s. For people who listen down there might recall that. That's like the MMS of Cincinnati. But he was just a guy who was always out there causing trouble and doing songs and touring and having fun and writing goofy tracks. Debbie Gibson is Pregnant with My Two-Headed Love Child. It's one of his songs. Don Henley didn't have a problem with Don Henley Must Die. Mojo Nixon was, remember a long time ago, he was doing a show in Austin, Texas, and Don Henley's from Texas, and he got up on stage and sang with him. And so it's a very acquired taste, Mojo Nixon. But he was a guy that was always doing something. He was just kind of a pop culture anti-hero, for lack of a better term. I guess primarily Gen Xers, right? I mean, you're talking mid-'80s to late 90s for Mojo Nixon. I hadn't heard anything about him in a while, but he was out doing one of these cruises, and he had a heart attack and died. But if you get a second, find some Mojo Nixon and listen to it. And you might hate it.
I think I'm good.
You don't want...
I'm good on Mojo Nixon.
Really?
Like, you don't
want to hear Destroy All Lawyers?
Nah.
You don't want to hear Elvis is Everywhere?
Probably not. I mean, it's bad that it sucks he died. 66, not super old. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to dig into this.
When I look out into your eyes out there, when I look out into your faces, you know what I see? I see a little bit of Elvis in each and every one of you out there. Let me tell you, well, Elvis is everywhere. Elvis is everything.
You're saying this isn't your cup of tea, Mojo Nixon.
This is wildly different from the Cleveland song, so this I actually like this more.
Yeah, more of his songs were like this. He was
Okay.
rockabilly, kind of a punk rock thing.
All right, well, then maybe I will give it a little bit of a shot. But.
Yeah.
He's in everybody. Elvis is in your jeans.
He kind of wore his influences on his sleeve. He kind of had the pompadour for a while. But listen, there's a fine, long tradition of artists along those lines. Reverend Horton Heat, they do kind of more of a straight-ahead rockabilly thing, but it was Mojo Nixon and Skid Roper were partners for a long, long time. But I just remember as a kid when, in the early days of MTV, Elvis is Everywhere. That song was on MTV a lot. The super low budge video, and they were playing it, trying to make a pop culture star out of Mojo Nixon. And it never really took off. He would show up every so often. They'd trot him out on something like CNN when they wanted kind of a lefty punching bag for things like album censorship, or, I had Dee Snider on this show a couple of weeks back, and we were talking about when he was one of the people who testified to Congress back in the PMRC days when Al Gore's wife was trying to introduce the parental guidance sticker on albums. That's pretty standard now, but back then it was pretty controversial. Mojo Nixon was another one of those guys that they would haul out and throw him on CNN and pit him against some right-wing goofball in kind of a point-counterpoint situation. So Mojo Nixon, if you want to do a deep dive into something that I'm sure Mary will get way into it.
Yeah. Me and Mojo, we go way back.
If you want to do a deep dive into something entertaining, you might want to look at Mojo Nixon. But he's dead at 66. You know who is back on the market, though? And you guys might not even know who this is. Mary might. You know who Jason Isbell is?
Jason Isbell?
Isbell, I-S-B-E-L-L.
No,
Okay. He was in a band called Drive-By Truckers. He's kind of a lefty country artist, folk kind of bluegrass type thing. I've
heard of him from somebody like, he does somebody's podcast regularly or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. He's real good. But he's got a super foxy wife, another musician named Amanda Shires. And she's a fiddler and a singer, and she's just crazy hot. And I think she might be in the Highwomen, that band with, what's her name? Highway Women, whatever. Anyway, they are splitting up. So, Jim Florentine's going to be in here a little bit later on, and I'm going to see if maybe I can put Amanda Shires on his radar. He's a single dude. But Jason Isbell and Amanda Shires are splitting up. And so if you know who she is and you know who he is, he was a guy who got sober and for the last 10 years. But before that, he was really living the life. He'd been married a couple of times already, a decade and a half ago, and he's out there living the life. If you know Drive-By Truckers, he was with them for a minute, but this was a guy drinking like whiskey and doing cocaine every night of the week. And hooks up with, he'd been collaborating with Amanda Shires for quite some time, and the relationship developed from there. But now they're splitting up, and man, is she cute. Super cute. So worth looking into. And you're saying to yourself, Alan, what the hell does that have to do with my life? That's for you to answer. I don't know what that has to do with your life. But she's super cute. And now she's back on the market.
So go get him.
Yeah, right. Alan was Mojo Nixon, the tie my pecker to my leg guy. He certainly was. Tie my pecker to my leg. Now that is a song rife with expletives. I couldn't even play that for you. And I'm certainly not going to take the time to edit it for your consumption. But you can find it. And it's just about down home, backwoods, inbred effing. But it might be worth your time. If you don't have Mojo Nixon, your store could use some fixin'. I think that was a sticker that they would put in record stores. record stores, kids, are things that they used to have where I guess they have them again, but in far fewer quantities than they used to. It would be, well, the name was pretty self-explanatory. A record store was a store that would sell records. And then you'd go and buy them, conceivably. I guess there are a few record stores now. They've had their resurgence over the past few years. I got money to give to you here. It is $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for your shot. That you got 4 of these this afternoon before we start it up again tomorrow morning. So this is your first of those 4. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
People keep sending me the sleeping polar bear picture, and I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know if we've recently talked about polar bears. I don't know if...
I think we talked about bears in Florida. I don't know.
But we talked about the crack bears.
Yeah.
That guy who wants to make sure that people can shoot crack bears.
Yeah, I don't remember us talking about polar bears.
I don't either. And again, it's another one of those things that's supposed to be, more and more you'll see stories that are supposed to be feel-good stories or things that you go, oh. But the subtext is terrifying, right? It'll be, oh, this polar bear is sleeping on a piece of ice. Except it's sleeping on a piece of ice because all of the other stuff around it is melted. And
they're just so beautiful.
What's that? Polar bears?
Yes.
Are they?
An all-white bear. They're just beautiful. Like, it's art.
I guess. Well, listen, if you're a regular listener to this show, you know Poundcake's mantra, if it ain't white, it ain't right. So it's no secret that he would zero in on the bear that to him is a piece of art for one reason and one reason only.
Polar bears are.
Huh?
Not regular bears. Just
not regular bears, just polar bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Like, I feel like it's just a beautiful animal, and it's in.
Well, they drink my understanding, I was watching a nature documentary, and they were talking about the polar bear, and it seems like very rare in the animal community, though, that they have an almost complete diet of Coca-Cola. And I didn't understand that. I'm pretty sure it was a documentary I was watching.
Not only is that unhealthy, it's just fiscally irresponsible for a bear that, who's paying for this?
I assume, listen, there are a lot of places.
Are they stealing it?
There are a lot of places around the world where you can't drink the water, so people are living on pop and things like that. I would imagine that maybe the Coca-Cola company is airdropping, they're just dropping cases of Coca-Cola. I don't know.
Like, even if a bear is, I'm sure it's probably ferocious, but like, if you were going to get eaten by a bear, wouldn't you want it to be a polar bear?
I would like to not be eaten by any bear.
But what kind of bear would you want to be eaten by if you got eaten by a bear?
If you had to be eaten by a bear.
But the inside of the bear is going to look exactly the same.
It's not about what it looks like. Which bear? Answer the question.
You get a couple
minutes. What bear
of
do you want
beauty
to be eaten by?
Panda.
But they're vegetarians.
Yeah! Wild card. I cut the brakes. You can't eat me. I'm made of meat.
Are they vegetarians?
I found a loophole, homie.
I always just see them pictures with bamboo. Like, I don't know.
Well,
if
that is a plant. Yeah. I don't know if they are. Like a koala is not a bear. A panda is a bear.
What's a koala?
It's a marsupial.
A marsupial?
Right? They call it a koala bear, but I don't think a koala is a bear.
No.
I don't think so.
A panda is. But
is a panda an actual bear, or is a panda?
No, I think a panda is a bear.
A big ass marsupial.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bear. That designer song, that's how I learned mostly about them. But if I were to be eaten by a bear, I don't know why you'd land on polar. They look massive. They are
Grylls.
Big. What's that?
Bear Grylls.
You'd want to be eaten
Use my
by
body
Bear
to survive.
Grylls.
Finally get a TV credit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I mean, Poundcake is probably the only one among us who's ever been eaten by a bear.
Mm-hmm.
What's the female equivalent of a bear?
I don't think we necessarily need to go down that. Girls who go to Lake Superior State University. I don't know what that team name is, but up there in the Sioux, they gotta hunker down and covered in Carhartts. But I don't know. So, again, I don't know why people are sending me that photo. It's been 2 or 3 people that have sent me that. And so I thought, well, there's a lot of instances where we'll forget things that we've said here, but the audience picks up on them.
I'm being told it's the best nature picture of the year.
Is that what it is?
They're sending it because it's a great picture. It's a really cool picture.
Photo of the year by an amateur photographer. Okay, well, there you go.
And you're such a big proponent of amateur photography, so of course they'd send it to you.
Nature.
I am?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a proponent of amateur photography.
Amateur nature photography is something that you're always going on and on about.
That is true. I mean, I say, they go, here's the nature photo of the year, and my first question is always, was that shot by a professional or by an amateur? And that they say the latter, I go, well, then that's okay.
I like that they didn't give you any context. They're just like, here, look at this picture.
I never get context when people send me stuff. There's zero context because, that's learned behavior. There's so much on this show that's zero context. They're just reflecting that back to me. Alan, polar bears have clear fur. The reason it looks white is because of the refraction of the light in the dirt.
Clear
There's
fur.
no dirt.
I'm sorry?
They're on snow. What dirt?
Well, they still get dirty. I mean, there's grit in snow and things like that.
Oh, they're saying, okay, I thought they were saying that the light reflected off the dirt on the ground, and then that made the polar bear look dirty.
Well, listen, if you've seen any other recent polar bear habitat photos, there's a lot of dirt because all the ice is melting. So, I don't know. Pandas aren't bears. They're placental mammals. Okay. Well, there you go. I thought
I'm just going to call them bears. I don't like that. Nerd alert! I don't like that placental mammals title.
I'm playing them on 2 hours to midnight Saturday night. Placental mammals. They're on that Lamb of God Mastodon gig that we're presenting. I'd hate to die by a rabid trash panda, Stephen Canton says. Was that a raccoon?
Yes.
Yeah, trash pandas.
Also a minor league baseball team.
In where, Fort Lauderdale or Alabama or something like that?
I want to say Alabama.
Okay. Poundcake would die on his way to the Arctic long before a polar bear got to him.
You don't know that.
No, you don't know that. I bet Poundcake would really, we can all laugh about him being dropped into the wilderness, but I bet if you dropped him there, he would really flourish. I bet he'd figure it out.
Probably curl up in a ball and cry.
Well, right, but then you'd come to your senses. I mean, anybody who finds themselves in that situation would probably, might be their initial reaction, but then you'd find your resolve. You'd find that deep well of resolve that has served you so well, these many years.
Probably. I would feel bad, like, killing an innocent little animal, like it's just around, I'm in its home, and it doesn't know why I'm there, and then I'm like, gotta kill you, gotta roast you over a fire because I need to survive.
Okay.
I would, but I would feel bad. I'm like, tastes so damn good. I wish I had some hot sauce.
Hot sauce. Yeah. Well, this is what I'm talking about. He would attack Alaska with his own way of doing things. He would rediscover parts of Alaska. You could settle in, Mary's been there.
I love it there.
In
gorgeous.
You've been to Fairbanks. Where were you? Anchorage? Nome?
Anchorage.
Yeah, there you go.
Anchorage.
Well, is there still gold there? Didn't people go to find gold there? There were mining camps.
Are antibiotic-resistant strains of STDs.
Hey!
Consider that gold.
Super gonorrhea.
Uh-huh.
I mean, gold-ish. It probably has more of a greenish tint.
A drip more than anything.
Mm-hmm. Not a gold rush, more like a green drip up there in Seward's Folly. Well, anyway, if you're going to be eaten by a bear, Poundcake votes polar. I vote none. And
you can't vote none. You got to pick.
I can't vote none.
You got to pick a bear. That's not the question. Is would you rather be eaten by a bear or not? Everyone's going to pick not, but you got to pick which bear you want to be eaten by. That's the question he posited to you.
I think Poundcake is trying to ingratiate himself to Barry White because we're going back out for the polar blast, and he doesn't want any kind of he doesn't want any confrontation. You guys are on the same team, though, right?
Mm-hmm. He slides down. He slide on through. Yep.
Yeah. Alan, that person that said that pandas aren't bears is incorrect. While they are indeed placental mammals, so are we. Yeah, but we're not bears either. What do you? They are or they aren't? I don't know. This all
I
started
think
because
pandas are bears.
multiple people sent me this picture of this bear, a sleeping bear. I was ready to do another 20 minutes on Mojo Nixon, Bill.
Oh,
Thank God.
And here in the middle of nowhere, context-free, comes this photo.
Let me go with black bear to eat me.
You'd want to be eaten by a black bear.
Yeah.
Now, why?
Because I'm not woke at all.
I see. That's why.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Bill Squire's amazing.
One of the funniest guys ever.
He's not woke at all.
Eat me, black bear. I don't care.
Alan, I'm surprised Poundcake doesn't die on his way to work every day. Well, that's rude. I don't know what they mean. He knows how to drive a car. This isn't Alaska. We're not up against the elements every single day. Maybe his punishment should be dropping him in the wilderness. Tell you what, that's going to be Poundcake's punishment should he lose the Polar Blast battle. We're going to drop him in the middle of the metro parks.
Homeless one way or another, either in the wilderness or downtown Cleveland.
We're going to drop him in the middle of the metro parks, and he's going to find his way out of the, whatever they call it, the pearl necklace.
Nope.
I'm sorry?
Nope.
Maybe that's what I should do. I'll have to go on Naked and Afraid or Survivor.
The name of that show feels redundant. Naked and Afraid. I think you call it something else, because if you were to drop me in the middle of the jungle naked, I would indeed be afraid. I'd be afraid of
Some people aren't afraid, though.
Well, they get a lot. I think you have to be a certain minimal level of survivalist to be on that show. They're not getting accountants from Topeka and dropping them in the jungle.
They should.
So they're all, I agree, but I think they're all at some kind of minimum level where they won't die on day one, where they kind of know what they're doing, but I still don't get the naked part. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. Speaking of our Polar Blast battle, I'll have another spot on Bill's team around 3:20. Jim Florentine back in today to join us a little bit after 4. He's doing a show at the Winchester in Lakewood tomorrow night. And if you want to text for something, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
And get on that throbbing phone.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com is. You can shoot me an email there if you need to. You can also watch the show live. Thank you to Norma Watzinger, who's helping out there in the video department. Your Cavaliers get one over on the Wizards last night. It wasn't the blowout I thought it was going to be.
It was pretty close most of the game, but
yeah, in D.C.
They got the win.
114-106 was the final. Wizards are not a good basketball team. The Cavs go to Brooklyn tonight against the Nets. Kyrie Irving.
Nope.
And is he still in Dallas?
Yep. Just came back from an injury like a couple nights ago.
A sideline reporter asked him, why do you want to leave New York? And he goes, you can blame the mayor for that. And everybody knew what he was talking about because he didn't want to get the shot.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to get the nanoparticles in his bloodstream. Cavs Nets tonight, 7:30 here on MMS. Will you adopt a local team, Mary, at some point? Huh?
No, I don't think so.
You
I
don't
like
think so?
basketball.
I mean, in general.
No.
Will you become a Giants fan, or will the
I don't
Knicks?
know, maybe.
Or yep.
We'll
Okay.
see. We'll see how football season feels around here.
Mm-hmm. You can really pull a switcheroo and become a Jets fan.
There you go.
I mean, if you want to maintain the normal level of disappointment that you would have as a Browns fan, just become a Jets fan.
Okay. I mean, I'm already used to it, you know?
Mhm.
Why not?
It's a lateral move. So Cavs Nets tonight, 7:30 here on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on that app, tell me where you do that. I'd like to know where people are. I heard from who? Jonathan lives in Clanton, Alabama. Selena is in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Aaron's down in Vero Beach, Florida. Alex is in Houston. And Tiffany is in Lake Camelot, Illinois. That would be your Peoria metropolitan area there. So thank you, one and all. I'm a sucker for predictions from a century ago. They do these every so often where they'll go, here's what people thought was going to happen 100 years later. And you can usually check off a handful of the boxes. You can go, we're all going to be flying around on jetpacks or cars or something along those lines. But it's the more kind of mundane things that the thinkers of the day thought were going to obviously be part of life 100 years down the road. Somebody dug up some predictions from 1924 about some thinkers of the day and what they thought would be just part of everyday life. Beds would launch kids up. Now, again, I don't know what precipitates these. I mean, there's some people who probably make their predictions based on things that they see moving forward, maybe as far as technology, and then some people just completely randomly throw a dart at a board. I don't know what made people think that beds would launch kids up and out onto their feet in the morning. Maybe there were a lot more, frustrated parents who were like, I can't get, even in 1924, I can't get my kid out of bed to go to school. I mean, they get up at 3 in the morning to work the fields, and then I can't get them to go to school after that. And then a flying bus would pick them up. Cars weren't that old in 1924. So these people were like, yeah, well, 100 years from now, I don't know, flying bus?
Why did everything have to fly, though?
And, planes weren't, I don't know. Well, because that would be your fastest mode of transportation,
Not
right?
if it's all congested, the airways.
Oh, you mean if everybody's flying?
Right.
Well, they're going to have that figured out, right? Fifth Element had it figured out. Any futuristic thing. I just finished watching Altered Carbon on Netflix. I know it's a few years old, but I just never watched it. So I watched the first season with Joel Kinnaman. And any futuristic storyline where all the cars are flying, they have figured out the air traffic right? Because it's so much more congested in the future. It's not just planes. You imagine how many planes are in the air at any given time right now, 13,000 or so across the United States. These futuristic movies where the cars are all flying this way and that, they're not hitting each other because they can sense the other cars. So I don't know, the congestion would be an issue because ostensibly all of that technology is talking to each other. That's the promise behind driverless cars now. Even though it's, for the current time, it's all one big lie. I mean, that we're still 100 years away from that being an everyday thing. But flying buses, people were throwing out in 1924. Somebody else said that, I guess they're half right here. Somebody said that they believed that technology would move people to the point where people wouldn't really have to do anything anymore. And so therefore, the muscles in our legs would atrophy from never being used. So our legs wouldn't work anymore. People said in 100 years. Now they're half right. There's a lot of people that don't ever want to get up and do anything. So their muscles probably atrophy to some degree.
But then again,
sedentary
there's also
lifestyles.
Bigger butts than ever. The butts are getting the focus of workouts and stuff like that. So.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Not just fat asses. You mean doing squats?
Yeah. I'm talking about people are focusing on their legs. Leg day is a thing that you're not supposed to skip. We're combating that prediction.
I guess they didn't see that coming. How could they have foreseen don't skip leg day? Because that's your foundation, right? You're never supposed to skip leg day.
1929, you said?
24, 100 years ago.
A dumb question. Were people exercising?
Oh, yeah.
Like they are now?
Well,
no. There weren't gyms.
No, but people would
what were people doing?
People were just life required more movement back then.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I feel like people weren't exercising back then.
They weren't lifting dumbbells and things like that.
There were a few people doing that, but most people, their job was either manual labor based or they, cars weren't prominent yet, so people were just walking more. Cities were built more for walking.
So when did exercise become a thing?
1964.
Good call.
After the Kennedy assassination and the Beatles. They said, man, look at those jacked guys in the Beatles. I want to look like them. I think the real modern day gym craze probably started with Joe Weider and Schwarzenegger, right? I mean, that's when the thing really blew up.
That's when lifting got really to be a thing. I think people would be more active in just, again, I think people just moved around more because there was less, you had to.
But as more technology presents itself, people have to do less and less. So like even in the 50s, you'd be like, the home of tomorrow, the housewives, everything will be automated, right? You won't have to make breakfast anymore, that kind of thing. Traveling to other planets will be easy and common, they thought in 1924. By now, interstellar travel. One guy thought that we'd be wearing flying clothing. Like all the clothing would have jetpacks.
He was close. We're just wearing fly-ass clothing. He was so close.
Carl Kanive, for us, by us. Jetpacks, obviously, those are a thing, but they're not integrated into clothing. A couple of them, they figured out, or accidentally. Concerts would happen remotely. Bands wouldn't have to tour if they didn't want to. So, you can dial anything up now and see it. They thought by now we would have run out of diamonds. And we'd be making all synthetic gems. Now, they underestimated how many children's hands we were willing to cut off globally, I think. You never lose the taste for that. And they also predicted that men would stop wearing corsets. Those were very common for guys in the 20s. I guess the compression shirt is the modern-day corset, right? You'll see ads for compression shirts, except the models in the ads don't need them. So they look great because it's these shirts that are on really jacked guys.
Yeah, it's like, they'll hide their belly and it's some guy that's,
doesn't
looks
have
like
a belly.
Jason
Never
Momoa.
had a belly, yeah.
It's like, this is not selling me on this.
And in 1924, people thought that radios would eventually be silly. The radio set, when in the advent of the television, people didn't gather around their radio sets anymore. And so they predicted that 100 years hence, people would think that radios were silly.
They nailed that one.
They did. Well, listen, your phone is your radio now, right? Who's got a radio in their house? Apparently I do, but I didn't even know that.
I do.
I had to be told by my wife that we have a radio in the house, and I'm in the goddamn radio business.
Where is it?
In the patio. I'm like, well, she goes, we have my grandfather's radio. I'm like, oh, well, yeah.
So it's like an antique. It's not like
when
you're like,
well, it's fun. It works, but I didn't realize that's what she meant. We have her like when her grandfather died, everybody, got a couple of things or whatever. And she grabbed the radio. So I'm like, oh, that. But again, it's like a piece of furniture, so I look past it all the time. I wouldn't have thought about it.
I love seeing old boom boxes for whatever reason, because they were like the coolest technology back in the early 2000s, like late 1990s, 2000s. It was just like a CD, cassette, and then like the little dial would light up to show you like what station you're on. They were just like so cool looking, and now they're just like an old piece of junk that you could buy for like $5
on a Walgreens end cap.
Not even that. You get
you gotta go to Goodwill and
I was
stuff
gonna
like
say
that.
a thrift stop.
Thrift stop?
Thrift
The
store.
thrift stop. Yeah.
What was I trying to say? Thrift stop.
You were trying to say
thrift store.
gas. I don't know.
I don't
thrift
know.
store, thrift stop,
thrift shop,
thrift shop,
thrift
but
shop,
thrift store. Yeah. And my grandmother's, we had her boombox. It was a KVC kaboom box.
You mean JVC?
JVC.
Or was it a
KVC.
knockoff brand?
JVC.
It could have been KVC.
JVC kaboom box.
Like Walgreens would sell you Kobe because the logo looked exactly like Sony. It's a Kobe Walkman.
I
Run Boy or whatever they called them.
And all the stuff that my mom still has in the garage, like all when we moved her out, I wonder, does she still have my Nickelodeon alarm clock? It was like part radio, part alarm clock, and it had like the cool little Nickelodeon design on it. And I saw something on, it was like a meme on Facebook or something like that, that those are worth a lot of money. So I have to go back in and find it. I'll polish it up.
I was unpacking my box that said memories on it the other day that I haven't opened in forever. And inside was a set of desk speakers, Bose desk speakers that you had to like plug into one another and then plug into the wall.
Yeah.
And then it had like a jack for your phone or CD player or whatever. Plugged them in. They sounded amazing. Still sounded
Bose.
great.
Bose is great.
Bose is awesome.
But they're from like 2006.
Yeah,
Still.
Bose makes quality stuff, man.
The tech lasts.
They're 18 years old.
Yeah.
Everybody else is putting obsolescence planned into their tech. Oh, this phone's not going to work in 5 years. You have to get a new one. But those speakers, boy, they still kill it.
I remember when I was on the road working a lot, I would travel around with those so that I could watch series on my laptop.
Yeah.
Not even like on Netflix. I'd either download them legally, not using anything like Kazaa or anything like that, or Pirate Bay, but I'd do that, or because like the laptop speakers were so weak, I needed better speakers, and so I'd travel around with those.
Alan, I have a radio from 1948. I should try to see what you all sound like. Yeah, put the show on. See what we sound like.
Oh my God, that would be so weird.
I mean, I got that record player that's got a radio in it, and I'll listen to, like, I've listened to 2 Hours to Midnight on it, or I'll listen to Guardians games on it and stuff like that. I like it.
Say, Bill, say, Bill, did you see the sporting event last night?
Sporting event?
Do you want me to also do this bit with you without the effect?
Yes, I do. You're in the future, yeah.
Oh, I'm in the future talking to past Alan. Gotcha. Yeah, I watched it last night. Were you shocked at the amount of African Americans on your television?
I sure was.
They had a homosexual. That demands.
Oh. In his post-show interview, he described himself as a gay Negro. Of course, in the 20s, gay meant super happy. So that probably wouldn't have. Alan, they absolutely had gyms in the 20s. All right.
But women weren't going to them.
Well, women weren't doing a lot of things in the 20s. They weren't allowed to do.
Not saying that we never said they didn't have gyms, but it wasn't as prominent as it is like now.
Right.
I feel like gyms were really for the wealthy.
Because they were the fattest.
Mm-hmm.
They still are.
Alan, I just threw out an old 90s boombox yesterday. Threw right in the trash.
Don't do that.
Oh. Okay. I love predictions.
And now, time for Brian's Super Bowl 58 prediction.
My money's on Kansas City, but go San Francisco. The rest of them go to fucking hell.
All right, well, there you go.
All right, Brian.
Place your bets now. There's Brian with his Super Bowl prediction. Thank you, buddy. Stansbury is talking about this guy who has incorrectly predicted the Super Bowl winner for 16 years in a row. And so when he puts out his prediction, there are a lot of people who will place the opposite bet. And he's picking the Kansas City Chiefs this year. So
we'll see if he gets it right. So he's bet against the Kansas City Chiefs twice and bet on them the only time they lost against Tom Brady. That's crazy. I've been watching a lot of these old NFL films, Super Bowl recaps that they do.
John Facenda.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, John Facenda narrates them. Steve Sable is the guy behind NFL films. And I've seen a lot of them, but I never watched the early ones. So I watched from the beginning, Super Bowl I. I'm up to Super Bowl, I think, 27 or 28 right now. Whichever, the Broncos' first Super Bowl is the one I'm on right now. And I love these. The crazy thing was the run that the NFC had, winning 13 Super Bowls in a row.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Raiders, and then it was 13 NFC teams, and then the Broncos finally won one. And just a lot of memories from those late 80s, early 90s ones, and little clips from the ones in the 60s and early 70s where they're showing – like they have new technology for back then. Like they have one where Hank Schramm, is that
It sounds vaguely familiar.
I don't know if remember it's Hank or Frank, but he was the Kansas City Chiefs head coach, and they have him mic'd up, and he's like, "All right, boys, let's get out there and do this. We're gonna run a reverse on this play." And he's just like walking around. He's like, "Check this out. We're running a reverse. We're running a reverse." And I'm like, "This is the head coach." He's like half paying attention to the game, just like walking around and be like, "I have a lot of good ideas. I'm really proud of you boys."
Hey, let's get out there. He's wearing a suit on the sideline.
Kramer explains why.
We started out rather haphazardly the first few games of the season. And then there was a great attack upon us by the press media that we were all old, that we were over the hill, that the Packers are all old men. And a number of articles about the old Green Bay Packers. They're too old, they're over the hill, over the hump.
It was an attack by the press media, according to that guy. John Facenda.
They were all old. Even when they were in their early 20s, they looked
65 years old.
I saw some of these players, and I was like, that is a professional football player. He looks 75 years old.
It's like when they'd have ball players in the 70s in the bullpen, like smoking before they went up to bat. They're like, this guy's 27. They're like, oh, my God, he looks 50.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were all drinking and smoking constantly.
But people also died at 50.
Right. So they were middle-aged.
Right.
Hey, Margaret.
Hi.
Hi.
So it's kind of a random question, but did you guys get solar eclipse, like special glasses yet? Are you planning on it?
I think MMS is handing out like thousands and thousands of them at some point.
Okay.
I'll just steal one of ours.
I ordered a couple for my family, and we got them. And you literally, have you ever tried them on?
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You can't see a thing. It's like pitch black, and I'm wondering, how are we even going to see this thing?
Because you're looking at the sun.
Yeah, they don't want. They make it specifically dark so that
they're supposed to be like welder's goggles.
Right. You're not supposed to look at the sun. Now, to your point, if the sun is fully eclipsed, what's the problem?
Right.
But before that, it's still giving off UV rays, and I think they have to err on the side of extreme caution, right, Margaret?
I get it, but
I think here's what I think you should do. You should get 2 giant magnifying glasses and hold them a certain distance from your eyes and look at the eclipse that way.
That doesn't sound smart.
Well, that's right up my alley.
Right. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like everybody's just going to miss it because we're all just wearing these black glasses. I'd be like, oh, cool, that was the thing.
Oh,
Anyway.
I don't know that anybody's
Well,
gonna meet in.
Have you never
gonna miss
used
anything.
eclipse glasses before? I'm guessing you haven't. So when you use these, when you look directly at the sun, it's going to still be very dark, but it's to protect your eyes. But you'll be able to see the moment that the moon goes in front of you'll see the eclipse happen. You're not going to see a lot of detail, but you'll see what's happening.
Everything will the birds will start falling from the sky, and the moon will look as sackcloth, and the seas will seem as blood. Mark.
Now, what you can't see is the devil sneaking up behind you.
The devil.
I used to say that at 7. The devil.
The devil.
My brother used to make fun of me. That's what put me in speech classes. The devil.
The devil went down to Gorga. He was looking for a mole to feel. Yeah. All right.
Scared of the devil.
The devil. And the radio from 48 pick up the late Paul Harvey. Yeah, they didn't have FM back there, but...
Harvey. Good day,
Paul Harvey.
What is it? Do they play the countdown, America's like top 50 or something like that, or top 100?
America Top 40?
Maybe that's what it is. With Casey Kasem, do they play that every year on like New Year's Eve
I
or
don't know
something
about
like
that.
that?
Seacrest has been doing it for a long time now.
I don't know, because I was in an Uber not that long ago, and they were playing. I was like, oh my God, like this.
Well, there's a 70s satellite channel that plays old Casey Kasem American Top 40s all the time. So maybe that's what that person was listening to.
Maybe, because I was like, damn, Casey Kasem got it like that, where they just put him on rerun for top 40 like music that's not even in play anymore.
I think Miles is the announcer.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, for the Seacrest AT40. I think Tate Smasher's the voice on that.
Dear Casey, this may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's start again. From coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Please. See, when you come out of those up-tempo goddamn numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions, and then you got to go into somebody dying. You know, they do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but goddamn it, if we can't come out of a slow record, I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone? Okay, I want a goddamn concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a fucking up-tempo record every time I do a goddamn death dedication. Now, make it, and I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. This is last goddamn time. I want somebody to use his fucking brain to not come out of a goddamn record that is that's up tempo, and I got to talk about a fucking dog dying.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Thursday with some peaks of sunshine, breezy with highs near 60. A slight chance of showers.
the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
Little ditty about giving stuff away.
All right, you want to join us for the 2024 Polar Blast Battle? We go back to Boston Mills Brandy Wine, each one of us with our own tubing team, and we'd love to have you along. Filling up Bill's team this week. Ice's is his team. You want to join? We're going to want to be caller 10 here. If you just want to come and hang, by the way, it's completely free. It's open to the public. You want to watch the races, then we all go back to the lodge and party. It's a good time. WMMS.com for all the details. But spots on Bill's team this week, caller 10. You will be his most recent teammate. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you. In about 7 or 8 minutes, 3:30 is going to be that next keyword. Grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Jim Florentine going to join us in here in about an hour. He's doing a show at the Winchester in Lakewood tomorrow night. So if there are any tickets remaining, go online and look for those. And then, again, I think there's still time for you to register to get on Poundcake's team. I don't know what the timeline is on that for the Polar Blast. But, again, you can go to WMMS.com for all the details there. We've got a link if you want to buy, passes to Tube all night. Otherwise, if you just want to come out and hang with us, you can certainly do that. And thanks also to Statement Limousine, because they get us there and back. Prizes, by the way, courtesy of our friends at Circle K. It is the only place, we were talking about this earlier before the show, it's the only place you can get the Jack Link's Wild Dr. Pepper snack stick.
God, I need that.
I love it. That's the thing with Circle K, boy. They're always, something's always going on over there. They're very, very, very slick. They're doing a buy two, get one this weekend. If you find yourself in Circle K a lot, just put that on your calendar. Buy two, get one this weekend. Pepsi, pizza, Lay's, and Doritos stuff. When we were in Sedona last spring break, there was a Circle K next door to our hotel, and I went in there daily. I was like, what's going on in here? They had like the Mountain Dew Purple Thunder slushies or whatever. And oof, it was good. So thank you to Circle K for the prizes for this year's Polar Blast Battle. Of course, they're home of the Polar Pop. So I don't know if that's coincidental. Also, I want to make it very clear. There was a woman, a lot of people are giving Margaret a hard time, who just called us and said, hey, I bought Eclipse glasses, and they're really, really dark. How am I going to see anything? And I want to make it very clear to Margaret and anybody else that you'll still see the ring of the sun, the corona of the sun that can damage your eyes if you're not careful. So
that's why they're so dark.
You're better off having the Eclipse glasses people, I assume, know what they're doing. People were really going in on her on my texts, and it's not necessarily her fault, right? These things don't happen that often. And if they do, we are not in the path of totality. If you're a Korn fan, you already know what this is.
Maybe she thought she was be able to use these as regular sunglasses, too, which you cannot. They're just for eclipses.
Oh, they are tempered differently?
Well, you can't see unless it's you're looking
Like
directly
if you were driving your car with
yes.
them on, you couldn't. Yeah, because they're really dark.
Yeah, if you want to test them out, Margaret, go look, put them on, and go look at the sun. That's about what you'll be able to see.
Again, it bears repeating also that this is Ohio, and this thing is going to be really, really anticlimactic if we have traditional Ohio weather.
Especially April Ohio weather.
April 8th.
Yeah.
It's only going to be cool if it is a crystal clear day. Otherwise, it's going to be dark and cloudy, you know, like it is 300 days out of the year. Well, 330 days out of the year here. During the full eclipse, you can take your glasses off, people are saying. I think they still recommend that you keep them on. I'm sure there are going to be all kinds of people. Listen, they're your eyes. Treat them how you want. But I think the best practices, the recommendation is that you have eclipse glasses and you have them on. But that's just from me to you. There was a map of what parts of the United States are seeing the most UFOs, or I guess UAPs is the more modern nomenclature. It went from unidentified flying objects to unidentified aerial phenomenon. I'm sorry, unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
I got to keep changing it.
I don't know. Unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And as you might suspect, there's no big shock as to where most of the reported sightings are.
Florida.
Nope.
Utah.
Far and away. Well, it's largely west of the Mississippi. I mean, west of that, right? Western part of the country, but like Lincoln County, which is where Area 51 is, obviously, power of suggestion. That's where people swear that they see UFOs. Nevada's Lincoln County had the most reported UFO sightings. But there's hot spots in, East Coast, I guess. There's some in New York State, some in North Carolina, but they're far and away mostly on the West Coast. And you'll also notice that none of the hotspots are in heavily populated areas. I mean, why are there no UFOs being sighted in major population centers? Because if you want to make
They don't
contact,
stand out as much.
But if you
can't
want to
see the sky as well.
But if you want to make contact, why would you with people?
They don't want to make contact. That's why.
An alien life form doesn't want to make contact with us.
They're trying to stay under the radar.
And again,
But they're showing up here, so it's conceivable. I mean, they don't know what kind of technology we've got.
Maybe they do.
yes, they do.
How would they?
By studying us.
How do they study us?
Alien technology.
If you're gonna try to have any interaction whatsoever, why would you do it in the middle of Death Valley? There's never anybody where Mary is. There's never anybody in Midtown Manhattan's like, oh my God, I just saw a UFO.
Well, we can't really. Nobody's looking.
And
up
again,
here.
I feel like people are jaded. There's so many different types of drones that people have. There's so many different things that fly now. It's not necessarily unidentified. Like how do you know you don't have a drone that looks like a UFO?
Well, these are usually pretty large. I mean, they're large enough to pick up. If there's a drone, you're not necessarily going to... Huh?
They have military drones that big.
Yeah, military drones.
Yeah, but they're not... I don't think the U.S. military... And again, I don't know, but I don't think the U.S. military is going to say, yeah, that's our drone that's flying there. Like, look how big it is. Like, they use it for war.
Yeah, right. But all I'm saying is that at a time in global technology where everybody has a camera in their phone, and all we're still getting from every possible source is grainy, indistinguishable video. It doesn't track. So these places where there's practically nobody, boy, it's so weird. Those are the people who are constantly seeing UFOs. West Coast, Death Valley, people are camping. So, listen, people are lonely. Chalk it up to that. Anytime you watch a documentary, we started watching a documentary on the Raelians. Anybody remember the Raelians? Does that ring any bells?
No.
Okay. There was a French alien cult that was founded by a writer. Sound familiar, Scientologists? This French guy who was writing for an auto magazine in the 70s or something. He says the aliens took him up and he made contact and they gave him the name Rael and claimed he created the first human clone and blah, blah, blah. And he amassed, the guy's still alive. He's like in his late 70s. I don't know how large his following is. But back in the day, the Raelians, if you were paying attention, they were like a thing, right? Back when the Hare Krishnas were in airports and the Raelians were kind of at least making news because they said that they had impregnated one of their followers with the first human clone. Of course, it all ends up being obviously all made up. But a lot of people start following this guy. And the dude is careful not to say that, like, he's God, right? There's a lot of cult leaders. They go, well, I'm God. He's very careful not to do that. He goes, well, they took me up on the ship, and I met all the other prophets from all the other religions. So he's like, I'm not Jesus, but he's my brother, blah, blah, blah. So it's very telling that it seems easier to convince people of aliens than God. Because I guess somewhere in these people's brains, they thought, well, Fermi's paradox. It's probably pretty likely there's something else out there, but it's equally unlikely that we'll ever see them because civilizations are born and die over millions of years, and we might just not hit them at the right time, whatever. But this guy convinced a lot of people, still is, that, and again, there's a reason that all religions basically have the same stories. And this guy's kind of lifting, whole cloth from and getting people to follow him. And of course, it always turns into sex and manipulation and all that the further you go down the documentary. But a lot of people are desperate to believe something. People are lonely and they're easily led and they're terrified of death. And that makes them desperate to think that there's some kind of master plan. And that's part of the UFO thing. That's why these people were like, yes, aliens make sense. God, I don't know. That's otherworldly. Aliens have at least theoretically, physical manifestation. I can't see God, but this guy said he saw aliens. He said he went up there with them. And he did like talk shows and stuff in the 70s. And it's a wild documentary. So, and this was in France. People like to make fun of Americans, but we haven't cornered the market on gullibility. Might seem like it, but a lot of French people to this day still believe this guy was taken up into a ship and came back down to tell them what's up. And it, turns to him, down the road, these women are like, oh, he just want to have sex with us. And, guys will go to great lengths to see naked women. They just will. They were all out in a field, and whoever was filming, most of the footage from this documentary that we watched is handheld camera film from like the 70s. They're documenting their, rituals and blah, blah, blah. And this guy, you always have to ratchet it up. Once you've amassed enough people are going to start getting bored with his alien story. So he's like, well, what we've got to do now is we've all got to lie in the field and get naked and commune with nature. And there were a lot of guys involved, right? They started out with not too many women. They got more women along the way. But this guy was going to great lengths. He was willing to see a lot of peen just to see a few naked girls.
Worth it.
For you. Right. You're the other way. You wouldn't care. You would put up with some naked girls just to see a lot of naked dudes.
It's the price of war.
And so, war... you could start your own alien cult, Poundcake. Listen, obviously anybody can start a cult. Because like I said, there's a lot of lonely people who are looking to somebody.
Yeah.
Something. And you could start your own thing. Your calling might be staring you in the face and you don't know it. Just start your own cult or start your own alien religion or something.
I was going to say someone who cooks for me, has sex with me.
That's what I'm saying. You can incorporate it. You won't pay any taxes.
I have power.
Yes, that's what you want. I'm telling you, this is looking you in the face.
They say, oh, Cody, you're so great, and your tattoos aren't stupid at all.
But you have to convince people to follow you. What are you offering them?
And you can't go with Cody. You got to come up with some fakakta name like this guy did. They called me Rael. Oh, they did? And, his real name was like Francis. I don't know. You got to come up with another name. I'm going to give away $1,000 here while you think of it. You have 17 seconds to come up with your cult name. This is $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
What's your cult name going to be?
My cult name will be Master Mulatto. That's what they'll have to call me.
I don't think he understood the assignment.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the name of the cult, but I know what they would call me in the cult. I don't know. I don't have the name of the cult.
Well, because the reason the name is so important is because that's what the movement is going to... Like this guy said, they call me Rael, so the followers are called Raelians.
Well, I don't know. I have to think. That wasn't enough.
What about Codeans? Sounds close to Chaldeans. Due respect to them. But.
Cakers. Pound cakers. Pounders?
But that's a nickname, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
you
you
can-
can call yourself whatever you want.
Well,
You're
see,
right.
I've had the Mini Bites fan army for a long time, so that I don't know. That
I'm
might be-
sorry?
The Poundcake Mini Bites? I told y'all.
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, that hasn't come up in a long time. The Poundcake Mini Bites.
Take that up with Twitter. I didn't do anything.
Well, where are they now?
I don't know.
Oh, you haven't stayed abreast of the goings on there?
They follow me. I don't follow them.
Duh.
Duh, like any good cult
He's
leader.
the leader.
Yeah. The Mini Bites. I don't understand the relevance of the Mini Bites.
I'm Master Poundcake, and they're the Mini Bites.
Master Poundcake. And why Master?
I don't know. Why do they?
They called you
Sire, Master, whatever they would like.
Sucker MCs will call him Sire.
Sultan Poundcake?
Yeah, Sultan.
Sultan.
I love a good Sultan, yeah.
All right. Of swing or otherwise. You don't appreciate Sultan, Mary? You don't think that's the direction he should go?
It just reminds me of Aladdin.
That's where I got it from.
Yeah, that's my only reference to a sultan.
That's
right.
what
and you're not Turkish, so some people probably would be confused by that.
That's what I was confused about. Like, I didn't know what the difference between a witch, a warlock, and a sorcerer. I'm like, what's the difference between a warlock and a sorcerer?
Boy, girl,
a sorcerer.
potions. I don't know. I don't know the
A
difference.
what,
between
Cody?
warlock.
A sorcerer.
Mm.
Like, I'm like,
Isn't that what you put milk in for cats?
you're just a warlock. Like, a sorcerer, he's just trying to be bougie.
Well, because there's also wizard,
Okay.
warlock,
there's
sorcerer.
Yeah, there's witch, wizard, warlock, sorcerer.
Aren't those all just different words for the same thing, though?
I thought
That's what
so.
I don't know
figure
that
out.
there's a distinct difference between. I'm sure we have Harry Potter nerds listening to us who can
I'm
get
a
us hip to that. but
sorcerer.
A wizard.
What are you sourcing? Did you cite your sources, sir?
Well, Jafar was a sorcerer.
Do you think the word is sorcerer, Poundcake?
No, sorcerer.
Yeah.
Sorcerer. Sorcerer.
Right, but source is not the root word.
What is the root word?
I don't. It's
Sorcerer?
Huh?
I don't know. What is a sorcerer?
It's just like a witch. It's a warlock. They're
Wizard,
all
yeah.
they're all the same words for different things. They probably just came from different parts of the world. But you don't have to. This guy claimed that aliens took him up and sent him back with the word for the people. He's not telling him he's got magic powers, or at least I haven't gotten that far in the documentary yet. This guy starts telling him he's got powers. I don't know, but
I have the power to turn straight boys gay. Like, I don't know what my power would be. I don't know what I would say.
yeah. Well, you could call yourself the Dirk of Ayrshire, yes,
It
if
was
you want
the
to stick
Duke
with
of
that.
Ayrshire.
Sorry, not
Not
Dirk.
the Dirk.
Not Dirk Ayrshire. Go with that.
Duke of Ayrshire.
I am Dirk Ayrshire. Pound Dominions.
Ooh. Have dominion over the Pound Dominions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Poundcake's followers suffice themselves for him. Well, that's not even the proper use of that fake word. Listen, I think that I don't think that you should let that go. I think that might really, just given your sensibilities and your unbridled thirst for power and influence, that could be tailor-made for you.
I would look so hot in one of those little hippie robes.
Well, you could get like a whole floor-length satin deal.
Right.
Right? Do it how. Get yourself and you're walking around. Well, but you're walking around with you got to have a medallion. This guy had a big medallion. And you got to have a symbol. His was kind of like taking the old Sanskrit symbol that would become the swastika. Okay. But he was using that.
Need a big old stick.
Staff.
Well,
staff, stick. Whatever.
He's envisioning Gandalf in this whole thing.
But I'm saying, and then I grow my hair out because my hair right now looks very, modernized and very American. When my hair grows down and the wind blows
Does it
in
grow out or down? Your hair.
Out.
Are you going to straighten it?
Well, no, I haven't. Honestly, I don't remember because I haven't had it that long since high school. It's long and curly. Think Corbin Blue in the pool.
Really? They're that tight? Those ringlets?
It's pretty tight, and yeah, once it gets a certain length, all it does is curl. So yeah, just imagine Corbin Blue getting out of a pool. That's what my hair would look like really long.
Yeah, I don't know what those words mean, but I think that whoever suggested sphincterians, I don't know that that's the way you want to go either. I'll let him come up with it. He's got...
Memorable. Better than mini bites.
Won't forget it.
Ayrshire.
Dirk Ursashire, I think, is the way that you should go. That should be your spy name or something. I've got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Nobody
in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to shoot me a text for something? You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. If you are, you'll see the smiling face of one James Florentine Esquire, who I have to imagine is in town a day early because Madonna is over at the Romo Fijo. So I assume you're holding on to 2 tickets for the big Madonna show tonight, Jim?
I bought a skybox for it. I took my kids' college tuition money.
Yeah.
Saving. I took it out early, got a big penalty.
Congratulations. Well done.
No, I would go see Madonna.
Well, I was surprised that she didn't sell out.
Really?
It's a 20,000 seater over there. And I was sure that Madonna would have sold out, but they sold about 14,000 tickets out of 21,000
Bert
tickets.
Kreischer sells more than her now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Bert's done that place.
Well, he whips them out more than she does.
That's true.
These days, so
that might be it. Jim is doing the Winchester in Lakewood tomorrow night. You're in early because you are going to a show tonight. And you're going to be doing the Winchester tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And so, have you done the Winchester? You've done the Winchester
I did
before.
It about like 8 months ago or so.
Yeah, last summer, I think, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. And who else is on the bill with you?
Don Jameson.
Yep.
Joe Howard.
Don's doing the show tomorrow night?
Don's doing the show tomorrow,
I did not
too.
know that.
Yeah,
Usually he's the first one to hit me up. So you and Don and Joe Howard.
And then Kate Quigley's going to do a guest set, too.
Okay. She was just, she's beefing with her ex.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that earlier in the week. She was going out with Darius Rucker, Kate Quigley, who's originally from Canton. And I've never had her on this show. I thought that I had, and he got picked up for a DUI, and she was giving him a hard time.
You know, I'm friends with Kate, so when they were together, you know, Darius is a big Miami Dolphin fan.
Uh-huh.
He's got Dolphin tattooed on his stomach.
Yeah, sings about it in those early Hootie songs.
Yep.
Yep.
Only Want to Be With You. Yeah, and he's friends with Marino, and and I'm a big Dolphin fan. So she's like, listen, we'll definitely go to the game. He goes to every game. He's got a box and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. We'll get on the field. I'm like, this is awesome. And then the relationship ended before the season even started.
Oh,
that's damn.
Man.
You couldn't wait till January?
Right. Yeah. You couldn't hang on a little bit longer? How did she meet Darius Rucker? Just showbiz? Just friends of friends?
I think so. I forget how it would happen. I think it was like an Instagram thing, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know exactly, but she ran into somewhere. She was, you're in L.A., Hollywood. She's playing the Comedy Store, the Improv, the Laugh Factory. All celebrities go to those shows. So he might have saw her there.
When's Jim Florentine going to get a celebrity girlfriend? You dated Robin Quivers back in the day.
Yeah.
When are you going to get another celebrity girlfriend?
Yeah.
Or do you have breaking news right here?
There's no breaking news. But I mean, at some point, no, I don't think at this point.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Maybe.
Well, I mean,
She can be very persuasive. Be careful with her.
Uh-huh.
No, I got enough of the drama. At this point, I live in the suburbs, so it's like I'm not. No celebrity's going to want to live in the suburbs.
Where you living? North of the city or?
It's south of the city, like 45 minutes south of New York City.
Mary's in Astoria now. Mary's in Queens.
Hi.
Hey, Mary.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, I just moved to New York.
Just moved.
No, I heard. Yeah, and I heard you're working at the stand. I'll be there next week. Maybe I'll run into you.
I'm there every night next week except Monday.
Okay,
I'm there
I'll see
Tuesday,
ya.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
She's killing it.
That's great.
Doing it.
It's one of the best clubs. It's great.
Super fun. I'm there tonight, too.
Nice.
You got a teenage kid, too, right?
Yeah,
How old's your kid?
13.
Yeah,
Jeez,
13 years
crazy.
old, right?
Yeah.
Time flies.
It's amazing. He's in 7th grade.
Is it a pain in the ass? Like, is he, he's a 13-year-old boy. I mean, do you see a lot of things of yourself in him?
Well, no, because he's calm.
Yeah.
He doesn't get in any trouble.
Right.
But he's, he's sarcastic. He likes the same music as me. He likes the same sports teams as me. We watch the same movies. So he's perfect. The only thing is getting up at 6:15 in the morning to get him on a school bus.
On a school bus and all that, right.
And all that stuff. But other than that, it's easy. Playing basketball, I go to his games, all that. So he's super easy at this point. He's not a dick.
I don't know that it would be on the mom's radar, but I bet there's a lot of dads they're like that. They know Jim Florentine. Do the dads chat you up?
Yeah.
One of those, yeah. They're like, hey.
They kind of like, yeah. It's funny because Joey Diaz is my neighbor.
Okay.
And when I brought Joey, started bringing Joey around. Like his daughter goes to the same school as my son. And when I started bringing Joey would come to my son's games. And, some people come up to me and were like, hey, how you doing? It's good. Love to see you next time you're in town. I'm like, yeah, whatever. As soon as I brought Joey, people were swarming. I would just watch.
Yeah.
They would just start slowly circling around me and coming up to you. So how's it going? How's everything? Your son's playing great basketball, just to get to Joey.
And is he cool with that? I mean, largely, Joey obviously was a comic for a long, long time and an established guy. But another one of those guys where, like, the podcast put him on another stratosphere.
Yeah.
Where a lot of those guys are probably coming up to him because of that.
He's got fans that are like 20 years old.
Yeah.
20 and 60 years old and everyone in between. Yeah, no, he's totally cool with it. He just hangs with everybody.
Right. Are you guys in a hoity-toity suburb?
No, not really.
You're not rubbing elbows with other... Yeah, okay. Everybody's kind of on the... Because even if you have, a situation where you're around other parents, it does get normal pretty quickly that you're one of the dads. You know what I mean? Like, initially, the other parents kind of probably treat you strangely, but then you're just another one of the parents.
Yeah.
It's like not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and most of the parents don't care. They're all from Brooklyn and Staten Island. Who knows what they're into?
Right.
They're
all people who moved from
to Jersey. They all moved to Jersey. They needed land. They needed better schools. They wanted a backyard, and they needed better schools. So they all moved to my town. So they bought great food, great Italian food.
Right.
This town. I grew up in this town, so and I moved back there when I had a kid. But it was always like an Applebee's, a Fridays. All just chain restaurants.
Standard suburban stuff.
Standard stuff.
A Wawa.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, absolutely.
They dropped the gobbler.
7-Eleven, Cumberland Farms, all that stuff. And now it's just amazing food. You don't have to go in New York City anymore for the food.
Mm-hmm.
So they all brought it there, so it's great.
Jim Florentine is going to be at the Winchester in Lakewood tomorrow night with Don Jameson and Joe Howard. And you said Kate Quigley is going to be there, too.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a lot of firepower.
Yeah.
That's a lot of firepower for one show. This is a 9 o'clock show. I just saw Joe Howard do stand-up at the Winchester. Right?
Yes, sir.
He was there with it was Burge and you and who else?
Mike Farrell.
Mike Farrell was there,
Yes.
right? And I hadn't seen any of you guys perform in a long, long time. I like that room though. It's like a fun,
It's a great spot.
Yeah, that back room there is nice.
No, it's perfect because, I used to come to town and do 7 shows at the Improv in Cleveland. Thursday, 2 Friday, 2
Not even the
Saturday.
Improv anymore. They changed the name.
To
It's a funny bone now.
Yeah. I think I'd start on Wednesday, so it was 7 shows. Now I just come and do 1.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Are you a guy who has any hookup at all for the Super Bowl? Is that on your radar? Or
No.
No, not going.
No hookup. No.
And plus, I can't imagine you have any skin in that game. Like, who
He's
cares?
a Dolphins
really?
fan, yeah.
Yeah. No, even if the Dolphins were even in the Super Bowl, I wouldn't go to the game.
Right.
I'd watch it with the other fans. Like I have a Super Bowl party every year, and I have like 40 people come over my house. But I said if the Dolphins are ever in it, we're cutting it to like 6.
Mm-hmm.
Because you really want to focus on the game.
Yeah,
in that case.
I don't care that someone has a prop bet against the Dolphins. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to hear any of that.
So you, when you're throwing a party like that, are you able to enjoy the party, or are you a guy that feels compelled to walk around and be like?
No, I don't care.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. I'm just like just
do your own
neighborhood
thing.
guys. Yeah, neighborhood guys. Just do your own thing. Joe was at one of my parties before.
I was at one of the parties. I was drinking then, though.
I think he made it to the 3rd quarter and he passed out.
I don't care about football either, but I was also a reckless blackout alcoholic.
Right.
And not anymore.
He passed out on my couch, and me and my son put every toy he had possible on top of him.
That's true.
And we woke up in the morning, they were still on him. He didn't even move. We thought he was dead.
No.
Plus, that's probably not a scene that would freak your son out either, right? You're
He
like,
loved it.
Yeah, here's a guy who's passed out, and
I remember he signed my hand too. He was watching his dad give autographs at a show the night before, so they signed my hand the next day, and I was like, oh, cool, I got a Luke Florentine signature.
You should have got that tattooed over.
I know, I should have.
Right.
Last year, some guy passed out. My son put a penis on his
I was going to say, when is he going to start drawing dongs on
did.
people's
Well, he
foreheads?
got it.
That's
He
the
did it.
rite of passage, really.
Absolutely
is when
necessary.
It's so funny how they're like 13-year-old boys. I mean, it's still funny, but they'll go in a foggy mirror in the car, and they'll do a penis with the balls, and they think it's the funniest thing ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like you taught them. It's burned into us.
Yeah,
it's burned into us.
There is a local baseball. I don't know, Bill, if you saw this, the Lake County Captains. unveiled their new mascot, and it's a return to form. They're grabbing an old mascot, I think, from years ago, and bringing it back, and it looks like a dong and balls is what this thing looks like. And now I don't know if this was on anyone's radar or whatever. I don't know if that's going to improve attendance of these games. I don't know if it's going to, if it's going to have any effect whatsoever. But I don't think that's something you ever grow out of.
You don't.
Really. You
Yeah,
go,
it's boy
look at
stuff.
that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's boy stuff.
I told him, I go, "You're gonna be
it really
laughing about-"
does.
I told
Yeah,
him he's going to be
right?
laughing about that forever.
Mhm.
He said he had a puberty class this week. He goes, Dad, I don't know how I'm going to hold it in. My friend was already in it. He said they talk about the penis and the testicles and all that. So I go, just let it out. Everyone's going to be laughing.
Right. Yeah, that's when you have it in a school environment, when it's in a formal education environment, you can't not. Everybody's nervous and everybody's, whatever. But I think it's comforting. There's a lot of things, sense of humor, everybody has a different kind, but it's comforting that there are some things like that you don't grow out of. There's a lot of things in life you grow out of. You go, well, I like that then. I don't like that now, whether it's music or food or anything else. You never grow out of that.
No.
You go, hey, look at that. It's a wiener. That's hilarious.
Funny every time.
Yeah. I was talking about Andrew Dice Clay a couple of days ago because he's in the new Eddie Murphy movie. Eddie's doing a thing on Amazon Prime, and Dice is in it. And I was always a huge Dice fan. I know you and Jimmy Norton started out opening for him way back in the day. And I don't even know if you're on Twitter anymore, but I remember you had posted a photo on Twitter of you and Dice and Jimmy on a couch. And do you remember posting that photo?
I didn't post it. Jim did.
Oh, and you maybe retweeted or something? But I saw it on your thing, and I was like, you look like you were 110 pounds in that picture.
I remember I was going through.
How old were you? I mean, I don't know when it was. I don't know.
I was 36, 35.
Oh, you were that old?
Yeah.
You were 35 years old?
Yeah.
Because you look like you were 17. You look like you had, hitchhiked your way across the country or something. You were like, I was wild.
Well, you know what happened was because I went through a breakup.
Yeah.
I remember, and I was depressed over it, and I lost like 25 pounds.
Yeah.
So I remember my friends saw me, like my childhood friends. I remember going to a concert. They didn't see me for like 6 months. Like, you got AIDS.
Right.
I'm like,
right,
no, it's not. Like, no, I'm telling you, God, just admit it to us. Like, oh, no, it's not. I just,
I've been around a couple of Jim's breakups. He looks like he has cancer.
Well, I was going to say,
it's
like,
weird.
I've gone through that too. I found an old picture from like the summer before we moved to Cleveland. So this would have been like summer of 2009 or whatever. And my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, she and I had gone through a rough patch or something, and we weren't talking. And I'm like, I should be wearing striped pajamas or something. I mean, I'm like super thin. It's that breakup diet. You don't eat. You're not sleeping.
You look amazing. I know.
You look great.
My divorce I went through, I lost 22 pounds in 6 weeks.
I know.
I had abs for the first time.
Yeah. You want to get married again just so you can get divorced again so you can get back in that shape.
I know,
it's better than any gym.
It is.
It's better than any gym.
Why did I do the opposite? I
'Cause you were
drank
drinking so
whiskey
much,
and
yeah.
beer till I got to Bert's size.
Well,
It was
everybody has
huge.
their own coping
I was so
mechanisms.
fat.
And yeah, some people
I did the
do.
other thing.
Yeah, I have the eat depression. I don't have the.
Do you?
Yeah.
I have the.
I eat my feelings.
No, I have the don't eat depression.
Yeah, I was just drinking like juice, like
Yeah.
this juice fast or whatever. That's all I drank.
Like a
for,
banana a week or
like
something.
12 straight days of no food at all.
Yeah. But then you end up with abs.
I got to find another girl, just go through a breakup.
Well, that's what I'm
I
saying.
gotta lose about 10 pounds. I'm
Yeah.
trying, so
What are you now, like 57? How old are you?
59.
59.
Yeah.
Oh, you can be 60 this year?
Yeah.
Jim Florentine turned 60 in
That's
20.
brutal.
Congratulations.
That's
Wow.
I mean, 50
But like
was
60
bad.
is not what it you like. You look
really
fantastic.
good, yeah.
I was telling Alan, I was watching all these old like Super Bowl films, and like I just watched the one where the Dolphins had their perfect season, and they're like, this is the team of champions. They're young upstarts, and they all look way worse than you look right now. And these are guys in their like mid-20s.
Because of those buzz cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all looked old back
Yeah, because
then.
they
Drinking,
smoked cigarettes and
smoking
drinking.
and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
and never drinking any water. Just eating like so much salt and stuff like that. Just garbage
But
diets.
60s are going to be brutal. I mean,
Well,
50 was bad.
That's what I was going to ask is how are you approaching this? Because when I turned 40, I didn't really care about it. 50, I was like, I'm not happy with this. I'm going to be 53 this summer. So I'm just a few years behind you. Is 60 something where you go, man? I mean, you had a hard time at 50, you said?
Yeah, and then once I got to 151, 52, 53, I was fine with it.
Right. It was the inching up to 50.
It was inching
Yeah.
up. But the 60 is just like, what?
I know, right?
The 70, it's over.
Well,
it's over.
But that's what I wonder. I'm like, at what point? Because, like, it's showbiz, right? It's showbiz.
Right.
So you go, well, okay, I'm not going to, I'm not going to be rocking and rolling forever, but you still look good. You still probably got a couple of celebrity girlfriends in you.
Maybe.
And compare yourself to
Who
other
knows?
people. Like I saw Steve Young was on Rich Eisen or something like that, and he's not keeping up with the hair. Like he's got like his hair looks like Joe's, but he dyed it, but it's all grown out, and that's the worst thing you can do. You either got to keep dyeing it, or you have to just embrace the white. And so, like you go look at Steve Young, and you'll feel better about yourself just because you don't look like that messy. And he's
I've seen what he looks like now. Yeah, you're
it's
right.
Not great.
But Rich Voss is like 67 now.
Is he really?
Yeah, and he's still out there.
How old's Bonnie? 40.
Bonnie might have just turned. No, Bonnie might have turned. Bonnie's probably 50.
Oh, I thought she was a lot farther behind
No.
him than. Okay.
But and he's still out there every weekend. He's killing.
Yeah.
He's at the stand every night.
Yeah, no, and he
killing
looks
in front
good
of-
too.
in front of 22-year-old kids and stuff.
Right.
So I always look up to him and he's not slowing down at all.
It's more of a mental thing, isn't it? I think
think-
once you get the number stuck in your head, that's a bad move. If you just are saying, like, I'm going to rock it until whatever, who cares? I think it's more of the mental thing than anything else.
I think so. I'll be fine once the 60. Once
passes,
I hit
yeah.
60, I'll be fine. But
When's the birthday? This summer?
August.
August. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Will you have a huge party?
No, this is one I want to hide from. And we had one for my 40th and my
Yeah,
50th, but this
yeah.
one, I'm like, nah, it's
Right.
April, I'm 50.
Are you really?
Yeah, I don't like it either.
50
Yeah, 50
in April.
Yeah, but you look like you're 70. Like that's.
I don't know. Listen, I talk about it in my act. I just leaned into it.
Yeah.
Around the
Like, you
pandemic,
look-
I stopped dyeing my hair.
I love the way I love the look on you, but it's like if
It's
you
wild.
said if you said I'm, you could be anywhere from like 40 to 84. Like it's a crazy.
Yeah, but
and
like,
but like when you get older, like because you stop drinking and everything, you're gonna look. Your skin's gonna be about the same. I think.
I think women always tell me I have great skin. And I tell them I just don't drink. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I don't
What's
do
your
any-
regimen?
I don't put any
Sobriety.
Cream. Yeah, I don't put any cream on or anything. It's just
Right.
I don't drink.
Yeah, because you were jet black for a long time.
I did it for
and
a
then you were
long
like,
time.
screw. Was that what was underneath the jet black, or was
It
it
was more salt and pepper.
Okay.
I would be lying to you if I didn't tell you that I was stunned when I saw how white it was.
Yeah.
I let it go over the pandemic.
Because I would rather have just the white than what I got. I mean, I started going gray
I
in
like
college.
it just
but-
being as white as possible.
Yeah.
But remember, he had
Yeah,
that,
we know, Joe.
He had that Raleigh Fingers hipster mustache, just to annoy. And he did it. I just want to annoy people with it.
Yeah.
People hate it, and that's why.
Yeah, I had a handlebar mustache because Ryan Dalton was getting married, and he made me pay $200 for a tux.
Right.
And it made me mad, so I grew the mustache to ruin his wedding photos.
Yeah, right. You're like, I want to look like the Pringles guy in Ryan Dalton's wedding
Yeah,
photos.
and I did. I ruined his wedding photos forever.
Yeah. Well, then he
did his part.
Yeah. Jim Florentine is at the Winchester in Lakewood tomorrow night with Joe Howard and Don Jameson and Kate Quigley. It's a 9:00 show. You get one chance tomorrow night to see him there. I'm sure they can Google for tickets. Probably go to the Winchester website, see
Yeah, I
if they're
think so.
there.
Yeah, they're up there.
And
tonight
then
we're gonna go check out John 5 is playing.
John
tonight.
5, yeah.
It's phenomenal.
And come August, if you're a fan of Jim, make no mention of the birthday. Don't leave social media messages, no kudos, no attaboys, no huzzahs, no hip hip hurrahs. Just let it go.
I mean, what do you think when you hit 60? What are you gonna think?
I don't know.
I know you don't.
I
But
have no idea.
I mean,
I'm not looking forward to it, but
when I hit
you know,
60, I'll have been dead for 10 years, so I'll be fine.
there you go. Showing up.
I tell my kid I'll probably live to 80, so I'll be around till about 80. That's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. Plan for it now.
So I got 21 years
run,
left.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's when it gets creepy. When you do the how much do I maybe have left
I
math.
know.
Because I have like older kids and then I have a little one. So I have a 23-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 7-year-old. She'll be 8 in like 4 days. And I'm always doing math. I'm like, oh my God, I would love to be around to like if the little one gets married, right?
Yep.
Best case scenario. Older ones will be fine. They don't care. They'll, But I'm like, I'm always doing math now.
Always, because I figured I'm going to be 34 when I die. Well,
Yep.
my son will be 34 when I die.
Right.
I'm like, is that enough? You around 30? I was
Yeah,
around for
I don't
your
know.
first 34 years. Is that good?
Yeah, I don't know. My dad died 2 summers ago, and my sister is way younger than me and my brothers. So she was 34 when our dad died. And I was like, is that enough time? Like, she didn't get nearly as much time as we did, and that sucks, you know? But anyway, I love ending on a high note. Comedy, everybody. Tomorrow night, the Winchester with Jim Florentine and everybody else. It's good to see you guys. Thanks for
Good
coming
seeing
in.
Thanks for having
Thanks
us.
for having us.
All right, we'll take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are
T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
Hey, you want to go to Sonic Temple? Because they got everybody playing. Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival. If you've been before, you know. It's up to 4 full days now. It is May 16th through the 19th at Crew Stadium in Columbus. They got Disturbed, the original Misfits, Pantera, Slipknot, Limp Bizkit, Sleep Token, Anthrax, 311's playing. Everybody. Evanescence, Poundcake's favorite metal band, and many, many more. SonicTempleFestival.com is going to have the full, exhaustive lineup for you. I got a pair of weekend passes, all 4 days, general admission stadium passes for Sonic Temple. Be caller 10 and you're in. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you about 5-6 minutes from now. 4:30, that next keyword from the Buzzard bookie is going to be the second to last chance today for you to grab some money, and then it starts all over again tomorrow morning with RMG. And Stansbury will have them for you. I'll have them for you too. But $1,000 here is a few minutes away. The Cavaliers win last night in D.C. by 8. Just a handful of points put them over the Washington Wizards. Tonight they're in Brooklyn. They're going to play the Nets. That's a 7:30 start on MMS. So straight up 7 o'clock is when that pregame coverage will begin. And then they will head up to Toronto to play the Raptors on Saturday night. And immediately following that game will be our Saturday night metal show. It is called 2 Hours to Midnight. And it's me, I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, and it's 2 full hours of nothing but metal. There's local stuff, there's your requests, there's brand new music hot off the presses. And so that will be, it probably won't start at 10 because of the Cavs game, but it will start immediately following the Cavs-Raptors game. Speaking of Toronto, you know, they just had the NHL All-Star game there on Saturday night. And they had a lot of Canadian celebrities and hockey aficionados as captains of these teams. Justin Bieber was a captain. Tate McRae, who's a super foxy singer. I think she did SNL a few weeks back. Will Arnett, Michael Bublé. A lot of proud Canadians were, quote-unquote captaining these teams. They were kind of like celebrity advisors for these teams. But the video that was going around was of Michael Bublé talking about how he was on shrooms and that he was tripping.
And I think in the video where he's talking about it, he's still kind of on shrooms.
Well, in the video, he seems drunk. He's sitting there with Will Arnett, but he... Let me play you some of this here.
Settled down, and then I realized, holy I am at the NHL All-Star Game.
The answer is no. I will not be the oldest draft pick the Vancouver Canucks have ever taken at 48 years old. I know you and you. You're a really good hockey. You got good hands, dude. You've got silky mitts, my brother.
You are the first person who's ever told me that.
Because I'm the first real ever hockey fan. We literally are the heart and soul of these teams. And if they win, it'll be because of us. And if they lose, it will be because of us. All of my text, it was people, congratulations on being...
Yeah, so he sounds drunk to me, but he has backed off the shrooms thing, by the way.
He said he wasn't on him?
He goes, I was just making a joke. Nah. It's like, dude, I don't know that you're known for being funny. Will Arnett tried to kind of bail him out. That he was sitting right next to him. That there was like a supercut from Instagram, but Will Arnett was sitting right next to him and was like, this might not this is going to be weird for you after this.
You know, it just occurs to me that through all the incredible songs that you've done over the years, and all the hearts of women that you've won over around the world, with all that talk about fantasy hockey, you lost them all in one sentence. It all just evaporated. Years of building it up, and it just gone.
Yeah, the mushroom talk cost me all of my contracts,
Well, the mushroom talk definitely lost you a lot of income.
Yeah, a lot of income with the mushroom talk. So I don't know if that had anything to do with him backpedaling, maybe his management team. Again, I think just because mushrooms are illegal in Canada, maybe that's what it was, because I don't think anybody cares if he was on shrooms. But that was the video that made the rounds. So
turn off that Christmas album. We don't listen to drug addicts in this house.
He just doesn't seem like
put
the
that
type.
with your Country Joe and the Fish. He what?
I said he just doesn't seem like the type, but I guess anybody.
I don't think he has ever recovered from breaking up with Emily Blunt. I think this guy, because she is the bee's knees. And Michael Bublé and Emily Blunt were together for quite some time. I think they were engaged. And she has, talked about in interviews that it was this devastating moment in her life. He's since remarried. I'm sure he's married to some hot chick. But Emily Blunt, who, of course, would go on to marry John Krasinski. They've got their own family, and everybody seems very happy. But how do you get past that? I don't even know what his wife looks like. But is she going to top Emily Blunt? I don't know. So, Justin Bieber and Will Arnett are Maple Leafs fans. Tate McRae is a Calgary Flames fan. Michael Bublé follows the Canucks. And he co-owns a junior team. Michael Bublé is part owner of the Vancouver Giants. And, that was the video that was going around of him theoretically tripping on shrooms. I don't know why Ryan Gosling wasn't there. He's a prominent Canadian. Maybe he was attending, but I don't know.
He's too bougie. He doesn't even have an Instagram.
Ryan Gosling?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make you bougie?
I feel like you think you're, superior because all the,
Yeah, but you always say people's teams are the ones running them.
I understand. So he didn't even want an Instagram for his team to run. I think about the people who don't really use social media but have them. I think Tom Cruise has an Instagram, but obviously it's not him posting. There's certain actors that have social media and it's for the fans really. But
I don't even think of it as bougie. I think it's smart.
Brad Pitt doesn't have an Instagram, I don't think.
Smart.
I don't know. It's just there's a certain tier of celebrity. Once you get so big, you're like, I don't need it because no matter what I touch, it's gonna broadcast. I don't need the promotion.
Well, you might be onto something. Got money here for you. It's $1,000. Your second to last chance to grab some of this cash today from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yeah, so anyway, Michael Bublé took to TMZ with a friend of his. They were at dinner and they were doing a video. And he's like, I was just making a joke. I was playing around. And maybe he's telling the truth, but it seems more likely that maybe his team hit him up and go, hey, bro, those are illegal in Canada. Although I don't understand how they do it in Canada because psilocybin is still technically illegal, but then there's people who have dispensaries open, so I'm not quite sure how that works up there. I do want to mention, too, today being February the 8th, it is the second anniversary of our friend Rick passing away. Our buddy Frederick Clayton, who used to call the show all the time. And I told the story at the time of trying to figure out what had happened to him. And I went to a funeral of somebody who was not him.
You did not know.
A funeral of a complete stranger. But again, maybe that makes it a little bit more impactful. Maybe those people appreciated that I was there to pay my respects to somebody who I had no clue who they were. And once I explained the situation, they were still very kind. But we didn't know what Rick's name was. So, and we hadn't heard from him for quite some time. He called pretty frequently, and we hadn't heard from him. And so we started digging around, and we never actually did hear from the person who got us the confirmation, which was like the brother of a sister or something. Yeah. We had gotten an email or a text or something from somebody who knew that person, and I tried to contact that person, and they never got back to me. But at least it was able to point us in the right direction, and we could confirm that Rick had passed away. And so that was 2 years ago today.
You say either, I say yo. You say neither, and I say either. And either. Tell me here about. Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like. Wow. You like tomato, and I like. What's wrong with you, Cavalier? Potato. Yeah, right. Tomato. Why? Let's call the whole thing off.
What was his boxing name? Was it Devastation?
Yeah.
He was a boxer,
Devastation,
right?
yeah.
Back in the day.
Yep.
Boxed under the name Devastation. So our buddy Frederick Clayton, dead 2 years today. Alan, did you see that the Browns bought up a huge parcel of land? I saw I heard Stansbury talking about it. This is the old Ford plant? Is that what it is? The old Ford plant out on Brook Park Road? The Haslam family bought up a massive, massive plot of land. And if I'm correct on where that is, it's 176 acres in Brook Park. And so
have to be it.
The speculation becomes that the possibility of the Browns building a stadium in the suburbs, I guess,
no
is
way.
Now, why is that? Because that seems to be the consensus. That's what I hear people saying, and I don't understand why they're so convinced that wouldn't happen. I don't understand that.
What are they going to do with the market on the lake?
I don't know. Give it to
all the teams have always been downtown.
Not always.
Well, weren't they out in Richfield?
The Cavs were, yeah.
Out at the Coliseum? It was way before my time here, but I mean, I know a little bit of the history.
But yeah, the Cavs started in at the Coliseum, and I think this is just their way of trying to get Cleveland to pony up more money.
This is a negotiation tactic.
That's what I think.
Though?
To get a new stadium.
New stadium on the lakefront.
And to get Cleveland to pay for it.
Oh, so they say, we'll move it if you don't pay for this new stadium.
Yeah, the Bears just went through this. Chicago Bears were like, we're going to build a stadium out in the suburbs. And so they started looking at, talking to the city of Arlington Heights and looking at land and all this stuff.
I mean, think about
And then the city comes around and goes, well, we really want to have, Soldier Field went through renovations not that long ago, and now they're trying to get the city to pony up for a new domed stadium. Now, Soldier Field should have a dome on it. If they were going to build a new stadium here in Cleveland, it should have a dome on it. But that's what it felt like to me was, okay, this is what you do when you're trying to get... It's more billionaire hissy fit stuff, right?
And they'll probably end up.
Hey, how can I get Joe and John Q. Public to foot the bill for my new stadium?
And they'll spend that much money to buy a lot that they don't even plan on using just to do it, because that's how much they'll save by having the city pay for more stuff.
Of course. 176-acre parcel 9 miles southwest of downtown Cleveland, about 1,000 feet from Hopkins International Airport. So,
who knows?
That'd be cool.
Now, I don't know what you do if you buy that land and then don't do anything with it. I don't know how I guess you just sell it to someone else, or
someone else, or they turn that into the new headquarters and move out of Berea. Or they can develop it for something else, turn it into a giant pilot flying J, whatever. Is that what he is?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. The Browns' lease at Browns Stadium expires after the 2028 season. So, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like one of those things where they're playing chicken with I don't know how many goddamn stadiums they can reasonably expect people to help pay for. They're like, well, the job create, blah, jobs and blah, revenue. Right. I mean, my life has not improved since I started to help pay for the Romo Fijo. So
just think about how awful traffic will be flying in. Like, you're coming home.
hey, you
or
come down
you're
176, get off on Brook Park Road, you're right there.
But if there's the day of a game, oh my God, it would be awful.
Yeah, but it's terrible now on game day. What's the difference?
But people don't live where the stadium is.
There's a hell of a lot more people live downtown than used to.
But not more than live in
I'm
the
saying
suburbs.
Yeah.
Getting in and getting out would just be awful. Like the airport would be congested, the field would be congested, everything would be congested.
Yeah.
And like just logistically, I don't know how that would work. Like, what if you fly like a blimp and stuff? Like,
Well, the airport's right there.
yeah. So if a plane is taking off,
Oh.
like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to be away from that. Like, it's like, all right, 10-4. I don't know pilot speak, but you're like, oh crap, it's coming right for us.
They're
It's not
dodging
blimp
birds.
friendly. Take a blimp ride.
Dodging birds and blimps in the hunt.
Yeah, you're right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a game today, so we have to take evasive maneuvers.
Get your punk ass out the sky.
Ah, boy.
People flagging you down. What do you think you're doing?
Right.
Come back down here.
They want a deal for a $1 billion renovation of Brown Stadium.
We got to make room for this Spirit aircraft. Get out of here.
Right. Well,
bye, blimp.
City of Cleveland source says that it's unlikely that the Haslams would secure a purchase agreement merely to motivate Cleveland officials to, oh, you poor, poor suckers. Yeah. Why would they do that? As they're bending over and greasing up. Well, who knows? But yeah, the Bears not long ago were like, hey, I think we're going to move to the suburbs. And then it became, what I think is funny is the argument that people put up about like, well, it should be in the city if it's the Cleveland Browns. You're like, who cares? If it's not in the city limits, who cares?
They don't call them the Foxborough Patriots.
Right. Now, I think they should absolutely become the Brook Park Browns, if that's where they
There you go. Some pride to that city.
The alliteration, I mean, Cleveland Browns, come on. The Brook Park Browns. So, we'll see. But boy, that land purchase certainly has local tongues wagging over what this all means. What could it mean? All this lakefront development, why would you vacate the lakefront now? They're going to build a land bridge. That's better than any other kind of bridge. That's better than a water bridge. That's better than an air bridge.
Sky bridge.
It's better than a sky bridge. It's better than a dirt bridge.
Dirt bridge. It's kind of the same thing.
Land
Land bridge is dirt.
What? Pardon me? I'm
Land
sorry?
bridge has got some dirt on it.
Oh. I got a break. 35192, send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our
348-1007.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio on the app, tell me where you do it, how to state. You know, we have a lot of bureau chiefs that listen in the great state of South Carolina. We have Jack, who's in Hilton Head. Got Mike in Greenville. Got Brad in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I was thinking of them this morning because South Carolina wants to bring back firing squads and electric chairs for people on death row. And I say, bravo.
Firing squad.
You know, well, because a lot of these states have to contend with the fact that they either can't get or can't afford the drugs anymore, like the lethal injections. So that's why they're like trying to come up with all these weird options now. They're like, let's try hydrogen. Let's try. So in a lot of these states, they say that, hey, we got to go back to maybe some old-timey stuff. Or we've got to figure out other options because we got to keep up the killing. We got a lot, there's a huge backlog of death row inmates, people whose executions are imminent. You know, once you are given the death penalty, it's not like they're going to kill you the next week. You automatically get numerous stages of appeal. So, there's people who die on death row.
I want to know
before they get executed. You want to know what?
I want to know who was the quickest person to die from being on death row. Like,
you mean between conviction and execution?
From the time being convicted to the time they served. Like, was it a year, 2 years?
Probably Michael Clark Duncan.
The Green Mile.
Mr. Jangles.
So there are a bunch of death row guys in South Carolina who've run out of appeals. And they're trying to argue that the electric chair and the firing squad are cruel and unusual punishment. That's the, Eighth Amendment forbids cruel and unusual punishment, right? And I guess South Carolina's thought is, well, if you do something all the time, it's not unusual anymore.
It's just cruel.
So let's get back to the electric chair and the firing squad. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Dude, that's crazy.
Who cares?
That is a way to go. A firing squad? Do they make it like...
What do you want in your tombstone? Pepperoni and sausage.
Why don't they just make it like Gladiator style then? At least get some, entertainment out of it, if that's the case.
Who would the gladiators be?
It would be 2 inmates. One of you...
Yeah, but they both are meant to die.
Understandable, but at least I feel like that would be justification to... make it more cruel. Like, okay, one of you will win and you can have your life back, but one of you's going to die terribly. So you cut costs. Well, actually, no, you make money and you're saving lives. You're killing one, but you're also saving one.
Well, I think what they're probably trying to do is these lawyers for these guys are trying to see to it that they aren't killed at all. Because they're going, look, you guys can't get the lethal injection drugs. And the states that have them, they argue that the drugs are too new and they don't know,
Aren't they confiscating records amount of fentanyl? Can't they just overdose them?
Not a bad idea. So they're arguing that the law in favor of lethal injections is too vague and the electric chair and the firing squad are cruel and unusual.
Question.
Yeah.
If your family member is on death row and they get, they die from execution or whatever they do you then get that insurance money from that person dying still or no? Do you forfeit that money?
You think a death row inmate has life insurance?
Well, you can have life insurance on your spouse,
right? You can, but I can't imagine you're going to keep paying life insurance premiums for someone who's going to
Hell yeah, I would if I knew he was gonna die.
But I think that would probably
That's why I'm
that's probably tantamount to insurance fraud. I mean, if they were like,
But if I had it before,
if it says cause of death and they go lethal injection,
he was executed. If I didn't execute him, the state executed him. I've been paying on this insurance. I want my money.
well,
That's not my fault.
insurance companies' job is to see to it that they don't pay out, whether it's life insurance. They will go tooth and nail. They want your money. They don't want to give any of it back to you.
That's not my fault, homie. Like, you said.
Not your fault, but that's why all these home insurance companies have pulled out of Florida. They're like, we're going to go broke. We're supposed to take your money, not give it back. It's all gambling. But I can't imagine. I honestly don't know the answer to your question. I'm just saying that I would imagine that it would probably nullify a life insurance policy if a person is on death row.
Well, that was my question, because I find that interesting, because there's not very many people that do get executed from being on death row, like from being sentenced to death. So the people that do, I'm like, it's $100. I don't know what a healthy life insurance policy is. $300,000. The state's not going to give you $300,000 because they killed your person. Or the insurance company?
This insurance website says a death row inmate most likely can't buy life insurance. However, if they have an existing policy,
that's what I'm talking about.
Their beneficiaries could still receive their death benefit. It would depend on the specifics of the life insurance policy. So you have a point. I'm just saying the insurance company, I guarantee, would fight tooth and nail to not pay out on a death row inmate's life insurance policy.
Dude's trying to appeal it. His wife's like, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's time for you to die. We're about to get this paper real quick.
But I think a large portion of these death row inmates have been on death row for a lot. Like, we watched a documentary on Richard Ramirez, who was the Night Stalker in the 70s in California. And the dude died before they could execute him. Like, he died of lung cancer, something. I don't know. He'd been on death row for 30 years. And they just die on death row because they don't get to them. So because there's a shortage of these lethal injection drugs, these states, I think Ohio's had to do it too, these states go, okay, what else can we do? Like Alabama just put that guy to death with nitrogen because sometimes they botch the lethal injections too. And they're like, well, it won't be bad. But then these people are like flopping around like a fish. And
I don't want to do that.
You know,
I don't care.
Because like the victims' families are there, the prisoners' families are there. Everybody's there.
Would you go watch your family member get killed, or would you go and watch if somebody killed someone in your family?
Yes.
And you would go to watch it.
I would.
No, because I'm the one that has to live with.
If somebody killed your mom, you wouldn't go see them put to death.
I want to know that I would see them after they're dead. I don't want to see. I'm the one that has to live with the image of someone dying in front of me. I don't care who.
What, you never seen somebody die before? Big deal.
No, I've never seen anybody die before. And I've seen someone dead. I've never seen someone die. I don't want to see someone, suffering or like gasping for air. I have to live with that image.
You don't want to see the person who killed your mother suffer.
I would.
Hells yes.
If I know that they suffered, yes, but I don't want to see
What if they like brutally murdered her? Like
He's
they
just saying
chopped her up and ate her and stuff. You wouldn't want to see that guy die?
Poundcake doesn't want to have nightmares.
Honestly, yeah, I don't want to have that image in my mind.
I'm with Poundcake. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want.
I want to know that he's dead. I want to go and look. I will poke him and he's dead. Okay, that's it. But I don't. I'm the one that has to live with the image of.
Do I get to do the firing squad or do the injection?
Do I get to press the button?
Well, if you don't want to watch it, how are you going to do it?
Well, it's different.
It's not different.
It's like
it's not different.
I don't like long car trips when I'm not driving, but when I'm driving, I don't mind it.
No, I don't get pleasure from that. People talking about
I could kill somebody. It's like a long car trip.
People talking about their trauma. I can totally get behind. I'll sit and eat snacks to it all day. But once they're being tortured, I don't like watching that.
Well, listen, I'll take you at your word. I'm just saying I don't think any of us can theorize how we would react if one of our family members was brutally murdered by someone and then had the opportunity to see that person put to death.
I just don't think I'd want. I think it'd be more like I don't want to keep dwelling on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But that would be your closure. That would be the last of the dwelling.
No, the funeral would be, or like seeing him dead would be the closure, but I don't need to see him.
I want to watch him take his last breath.
The closure is he gets sentenced and that's going to happen, and then I'm going to just put it out of my mind. I'm not as big on closure as some people.
But all I'm saying is, as long as it, on average, takes for these people to be executed, you'd be a much older person, and maybe you might have some different thoughts on it.
So if they, for example, what you guys are saying, Alan and Mary, the guards are holding them down. I'm giving this scenario. They're holding the prisoner down, and everyone's saying, we're going to stab him to death. We'll let you take the first jab, or would you do it? Because this person killed your.
But that's not a form of.
No.
We're not making up capital punishment.
But you're saying you're okay with like you want to see someone suffer.
No. I said if somebody murdered a member of my family, I would have no problem with seeing them put to death. I mean,
but you want to see them die.
I'm just saying, take your pick from what's available. Electric chair, lethal injection. Nobody's talking about holding a guy down and stabbing him to death. We're talking about the forms of capital punishment. And again, I'm pro capital punishment. I'm not one of these fake Christians who say that they're pro-life but are also love capital punishment. I'm for it because I'm an atheist. But I'm not talking about holding somebody down and stabbing them.
Well,
would I have a problem with watching a guy who killed somebody I love killed in a firing squad? No. Hell no.
I don't want to watch it.
Well, you don't have to. I'm just saying. I don't have a problem with it.
I used to think that if you murdered somebody, however you murdered them was how you should be killed. So if you, like, bludgeon them to death with a hammer, that's how you die. Or, like, if you, whatever it might be, those people who, like, you know, my father prevented the second coming of Christ, so I stabbed him 19 times and ate his liver. Well, we get somebody to stab you 19 times and eat your liver. That's what I always.
But then doesn't that perpetuate itself because then somebody in that family has to kill the person that stabbed them?
No. They're hired.
Well, what if they were hired to kill
They're
the
an
other
assassin.
person? What if the first person was an assassin?
No,
what if they were hired to kill your dad?
That's not what we're talking about.
That's a poetic note, but I don't think it has like practical applications.
Why?
Because let's limit it to what we have available to us, is what I'm saying. You know, I want to take a guy up in a plane and then drop him out on.
Also, you guys are all way more revenge oriented. Than
I'm
I
not.
am.
I'm just saying I would not have a problem watching the person who killed my loved one die.
Bill, if someone killed one of your kids, you wouldn't want to watch that dude die.
No, I would.
That's crazy.
I would not want to. I wouldn't want to watch him die. I would be happy if he got the death penalty and stuff like that, but I don't want to. I don't ever want to see his face again.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys.
But you want to see the life leave his face.
No, I don't want to see his face again.
You piece of crap.
No, I don't think it's weird that you don't want to see that. I'm just saying I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Like, I'm cool with seeing.
A lot of people don't want to watch it. There's a lot of people, family members, and who don't go see that.
It's not about the dude. Like, oh, so much hate for this dude. I want to see him die. I don't want to see any human being take their last breath. That's traumatizing. They're not going to remember it. They don't have to live with it. I do. So it's just like, oh, wow, I just saw that person, like, you know, twitching or do whatever they do for the last second of their life. That's
you have nightmares about a dude twitching?
Also, I've watched enough superhero movies that I know that when they kill the person that wronged them, it doesn't change anything.
Right, they're not.
We learned this from Batman, the Michael Keaton Batmans. We learned it from.
Revenge doesn't change.
Yeah,
anything.
it doesn't really change anything. Yeah. You haven't watched as many superhero movies as I have.
I'm a vengeful person.
I noticed.
I can hold a grudge, and I never thought that I did. And the more I learn about myself, I'm like, man, when people wrong me, I am completely fine. Just shutting you out of my life forever.
Yeah,
and if you were to do something egregious, like kill one of my members, I mean, I would maybe stab them. If they were like, hey, you want to flip the switch on this electric chair? Hell yeah, I do. Let me do that.
You know, they say, what's the old saying? Before you go on a journey of revenge, you should dig 2 graves because you have killed yourself as well.
Nah.
Not everybody believes that, but that is the thought behind that. I think is pretty sound.
I feel like I'm more of best revenge is leading a good life, like kind of forgetting about that person. That
no,
kind of
it depends
thing.
on what it is, because there's some things like if someone kills a relative of yours, a close relative, you're never going to be the same after that. So
I didn't say I was going to be the same
from you, dude.
I understand.
This guy took a huge part of your life.
I get that, but it's also I'm not going to worry about. I don't want to think about that person.
So kill him, and then you never have to think about him again.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you're going to kill that person and then be like, well, don't got to think about that again. I think it's going to take up more of your brain than ever.
I'm cool with seeing them dead. Like,
they deserve it.
I'm cool with them being dead. I'm cool with them dying. I don't want to see them dead. I don't want to see them dying. But aftermath, I'm like, ooh,
Now, if something happened like that, I would want to, like I want to remember the person
brutally murdered, dude.
Brutally murdered. Yes, I understand, but again, it's just talking about it makes me incredibly sad, and I don't think, and I want to get away from that as much as I can. So I want to remember the person that I loved as best I can, but I don't want to lose myself to anger and violence.
Like if someone burned someone up, and so I couldn't watch someone else then be set on fire and burned alive.
I'd set them on fire. I'd take the gas can.
I couldn't watch that. I don't want to watch someone be burned alive.
I don't know if you'd feel that way if it actually happened. Maybe I wouldn't be as gung-ho, but...
Again, I think I'm honest in the fact that I'm cool with them dying. Like, you took a life, your life should be taken. But I don't want to
I'm fine. I want there to be punishment. I want there to be justice. I just don't want it to consume me, and I don't think I'm going to get any satisfaction out of being there when they lose their life.
Well,
I don't feel like it's going to give me closure. It's not going to bring back the person that I lost. It's not going to.
That's why you need goons to do it.
Yeah, Poundcake is no trouble other people doing it.
Yeah,
doing the dirty work.
I don't want to partake, but I'll see the aftermath. Like, is he call me when he's dead, and I get to come.
You don't want to do your own dirty work.
It's not my dirty work. Like
you said, that's what goons are for.
Well, yeah. If I had someone, they took out one of the members of my family, and then they're like, we're about to pull up on this dude. You want to ride? You want to go get him? I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to. I'm already in enough pain. I'm not going to get closure from it. Call me when it's done. And they go and do it. I didn't tell them to do it, but they did it. Then fine. I'll show up to the funeral, look over and say, I won, bitch. And then I'll leave. But I don't want to kill anybody.
I could kill somebody, I bet.
I could kill somebody in self-defense, or like if they were going to hurt my family.
Yeah, anyone's capable.
Okay,
of
wait.
it.
So you could kill someone in the moment if they were trying to hurt your family member, but if they actually killed them, you wouldn't do anything.
That would give him nightmares, Mary.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not going to be like premeditated, like, oh, I'm going to kill you. But if someone's approaching me a certain way, yes, I'm going to defend myself.
Yeah, but you're going to have the same trauma. You're going to have the same trauma of watching that guy take his last breath.
But I'm not premeditating it. I'm not trying. He's coming at me. Like, it's self-defense. I'm not actively trying to kill someone. I'm going to do as much as I can to get you away from
Polar blast punishment. Everybody's got to kill somebody. See how you feel.
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
If you happen to die, you happen
You'll
to die.
You'll never know when it's coming, but once it happens, be ready and smile because we're going to film it.
I don't want to torture someone.
That's not true. Every day on this show.
You really torture our ears.
I don't do it on purpose. That's just how I'm born.
Alan, I can't believe Mr. Surviving R. Kelly as my comfort show wouldn't want to see somebody die.
I said trauma all day, every day. Torture is a different thing.
All right.
Yeah, tell me about your problems. Sip your tea, sis. But I don't want to watch you, get touched by R. Kelly.
Get touched.
Just tell
Alan,
me
my husband, was murdered, and I pray every day the guy who did it dies a horrible death in prison.
And that's your right.
Yeah, I'm not saying everybody handles it
Let him
different.
die.
Right.
I'm just saying based on how I feel right now. And again, like Mary said, if it actually happened, I might feel different. I don't think I would want to dwell on it, and I wouldn't want to see that person die.
Well, I think I'm the only family member in here that has a family member that committed murder and is in prison for it. So
it depends on your standards.
That is true.
So, and I'm cool.
How'd you vote on issue 1?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm cool with whatever the family wants to do with him. He was wrong. I don't defend that whatsoever. He's my family, but I could never condone what he did, because if it was done to me, I would feel the same way. But I don't want to watch somebody die. That's just not in my spirit.
When we were at the Louvre in Paris, they have the Code of Hammurabi. They have the original tablet that is carved into like these ancient rules of justice and punishment and things like that. It's this massive black stone that was only recovered near the beginning of the 20th century, and it's wild. It's obviously in a language that you can't read, but it's like one of the earliest It's one of the earliest things carved on justice, and so it's kind of it goes right back to eye for an eye type stuff. But I don't think it's weird that you wouldn't want to see it. I mean, I understand that.
I mean, I get it, but I mean, I would honestly, depending on how they killed my family member and who it was, if they killed like
It's John Mayer.
a little kid, even if it's John Mayer,
And what if they did it by
killed,
paper
like,
cuts?
one of my like nieces or
Okay,
nephews or Brian's
okay.
daughter, like a little kid, a helpless little kid, and they just, like in a brutal way, I would go to prison for the rest of my life to kill that person myself. And I would be fine with it. I would have no guilt.
What if John Mayer killed your younger sister by orgasming her to death?
Wow.
That's
Really he threw his shoulder out with that one.
Then I have to kill
orgasming her to death.
Then I have to kill John Mayer
he-
by orgasming him to death.
He pleased her so
the only way.
completely that it killed her. So that's how
That's
it would be
right.
like, your body's about to be a wonderland of pain.
Oh, my God. A thigh for a thigh. Alan, I'm an ex-soldier. It's not that big of a deal to kill somebody. You get used to it. If they deserve to die, it would be very easy. Well, yeah. I mean, if the government's paying you to do it, I guess that's one thing. I mean,
What human being says that another human being deserves to die?
If they brutally murder a
this
child,
person who texted me.
if they cut up a little kid into pieces, yeah, you
Or
deserve
they're trying
to die.
to defend their homeland against people invading to take oil.
That's not what we're talking about. We're
Well,
talking
that's what the
about
soldier's kinda talking
in
about.
here, killing one of our family members. Our family members are not being invaded for oil.
Right, but I'm saying the soldier, that's a situation where I don't think I could have joined the military because I don't think
you ain't got the heart.
I don't think it's justified. I don't think
You don't agree with it.
a lot of stuff that they've done over the past 30 years hasn't been about protecting America. It's been about other interests.
You're protecting American interests. There's a difference.
Oh, they deserve to die. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Where is that from?
That's me.
That's from
Time to Kill.
Time to Kill.
Oh, not
Kevin
to kill a mockingbird.
Spacey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Time to Kill.
That was the
Spacey
civilian
and-
version of You Can't Handle the Truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they deserve to die. Don't burn in hell.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Yep.
That's me.
Kevin Spacey.
Young Matthew McConaughey, right?
He trapped him. Yeah, and Sandy Bullock. Great movie.
That is a great movie. That scene, that courtroom scene where he gets the conviction overturned is very good.
It's a great movie. Kiefer Sutherland's the KKK guy.
Mm-hmm.
Great cast. And Kevin Spacey. I'm sorry, man. I love Kevin Spacey.
What if he killed your mom?
Then I would kill him. I would orgasm him to death, Bill. I got a break here. If you want to go see that, you want to orgasm to death, Train and REO Speedwagon. They're coming to Blossom this summer. If you want to go to that show, I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On
instant cooling sensation. Buy now. Use as directed.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast.
I am so looking forward to that game.
NFL Total Access.
That's another mini storyline to watch.
NFL Now.
This could be the dangerous team.
And many more. The free iHeartRadio app in the NFL, getting you the insight and behind-the-scenes stories you need for the big game. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Train and REO Speedwagon. They're doing a co-headlining run this summer with special guest Yacht Rock Review. It's all going to go down at Blossom on Monday night, July the 15th. You can go to livenation.com if you want to get further details on the show. But caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for REO and Train. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
Last chance today for you to grab $1,000. Is here about 4 or 5 minutes away. Grand from the Buzzard Bookie. We'll start it up again tomorrow morning with RMG. Listen for that here in a bit. Next week on the program, I will have a whole bunch of things to give to you. Our metal show, 2 hours to midnight. We do it on Saturday nights. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. We're presenting the Lamb of God Mastodon show here in Cleveland. It's the Ashes of Leviathan tour. Both bands are celebrating the 20th anniversary of their respective albums. Lamb of God's Ashes of the Wake, Mastodon's Leviathan. They've got Kerry King, who is now solo after the dissolution of Slayer. Kerry King and Unearth are rounding out that show. It'll be in August. Start putting people on Mary's Polar Blast team next week. What's the team called?
Snow Babies.
Snow Babies. She will be here to join us for our Polar Blast battle on Friday, February the 23rd, out at Boston Mills Brandywine.
She's dressed up for it right now.
I'm freezing,
What do you wear?
dude.
I thought you were able to
So
control
cold.
your room and make it warm.
For the 100th time,
I
they have
hadn't
it set
seen
to
you.
air conditioning, and I can't change it.
Yeah. You look
I
like
can-
Kurt Russell at the end of the thing.
I'm so cold. And I wore like a little, a thin flannel today. So normally I have like a hoodie on or a sweatshirt, but not today. I wore like, it's like 50 out.
Boy, I had
So
to
was
turn
like,
it. I had to turn it down in here earlier because it was 74 degrees. You would have hated it, Mary.
I'm sure. That's what mine says it's set to, but there's no way it's 74 in here.
How stinky is the city there
It smells like trash.
right now?
Literal. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's way worse in the summer,
I was
but
gonna
it
say,
doesn't smell great.
All right. Just curious.
I'm upset that I can recognize the smell of urine.
But you
That I'm
smelled
like,
that before.
Like, oh, look, I saw a dude puke today, and I almost threw up myself. Dude,
On the train or in the street?
Is right after you get up out of the subway.
Yeah.
He like
At
walked
least
up
he
the
didn't puke
stairs.
on you.
Yeah, he like walked up the stairs and then turned and started puking. And I
This
was
is like
behind
just a
him.
civilian or a homeless dude?
No, this is just a guy.
Yeah.
And I was behind him like gagging, and I had to. My eyes are watering. I can't do puke, man. Pee, poop doesn't bother me.
Really?
Puke makes me throw up. If I see someone throw up, I can't handle it.
Interesting. It's not the smell, it's seeing them do it?
I think it's the smell. Because it's like that. I don't even want to talk about it. It's starting to make my stomach hurt. I don't want to talk about it.
Wow. Look at you.
You don't want to talk about what?
I'm not. But yes, the city.
You'd rather, so theoretically, conceivably there in the city, you'd rather smell poop than see someone vomit.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, you got your marching orders, guys.
Why am I complicated?
Just, I think that's a complicated facet of your life. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying, like the like, oh, I'm smelling poop. No biggie.
I think we're zeroing in on her polar blast punishment.
I don't enjoy it.
I love the smell of poop in the morning.
But vomit is something I physically cannot handle. Like I avoided it and still do avoid it at all costs. And I think it's why my hangovers were so bad when I was drinking because
you
I
hold
could have
it all
just
in, yep.
puked and made myself feel better, but I hate throwing up.
What if you saw John Mayer throwing up?
I would throw up.
Would
All
you?
over
Would you
him.
still? Would you? Would you go? Do you need anything, John?
No, I would need time. I couldn't be near him.
Mary,
Do you need some warm ginger ale? I haven't vomited in a long time, but it doesn't bother me. I was terrified of it as a little kid because it happened so infrequently.
Yeah.
We weren't sick. We didn't get, but you get older and you get into some drinking. I didn't start drinking until I was 26. So literally the first time I probably ever vomited from drinking, I was probably 30. And you're like, all right, well, you feel better afterwards.
Yeah.
So if you can just get your head around kind of, the only way out is through. But I couldn't tell you the last time I threw up.
Mary, I'm really surprised that you didn't partake in puke and rally after, in college. Because
Doesn't like
I
puking.
wouldn't puke.
that's literally what we would do. Like, if we were having a really bad night, but we still, if we puked at the beginning of the night before we even, gone out, we were going really hard all day, and they're like, oh, well, we still got to go to the bars. We haven't even left the house yet. You go upstairs and puke and rally, and then, brush your teeth, and then head out to the bars, because you still...
Why
you
not
feel
just
so much
pace
better.
yourself better?
Well, we didn't know what pacing ourselves was in college.
19.
We were learning how to drink.
I see.
That and this was like an all-day event, like the day of a house party. I remember it. The day of a house party, we would start at noon. Like, we were cleaning the house up, getting ready. We order the kegs, so we're drinking while we're getting the keg ready, and I'm mixing liquor. And then by the time the party was starting, we were already shrimp-faced. So, and then after midnight or whatever, whenever the keg is gone, the bar's still open for 2 hours. So we walk up to the bar and drink another 2 hours. So we would do that too. And then we probably put
Uncle
some more,
Jemima's pure mash liquor.
drinking that dog. And it was like stuff, the stuff you could get at the drive-thru, like Orloff.
Yeah.
Pop off.
The what was it? Carla Rossi.
Yeah.
That's what we were getting drunk off of in the younger days.
Wow. Puke and rally.
Puke and rally.
Yeah, I never did that.
Come on, you got to puke and rally. You got to last all night.
Alan, I'm just like Mary. I will turn white and pass out
Can't.
if I see somebody throw up, but I can handle poop and pee.
Yeah.
My husband even remotely feels like he's going to throw up. I make him go outside, somebody says. Yeah, that wouldn't bother me because I feel bad for the other person, so I want to help.
No.
I can't.
It
I
stinks.
can't help you. I'm debilitated.
Right.
I
I
cannot help you.
I understand. I mean, one of the funniest stories I ever heard in my life, because she really painted this picture, was my ex-wife would tell me about when she was little. She was maybe 8 or 9, and she and her sister had bunk beds, and she was on the lower bunk, and she got sick, and it made her sister puke down the side of the wall on the bunk bed. And then her mom came in to help, and her mom vomited in the room. And by the time her dad shows up, he just shakes his head and turns around and walks away, and everybody in the room is vomiting. And I was like, oh my God, just the vision of that chain puke.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what almost happened today. I came off the subway, I saw that guy throwing up. There's people behind us, and I'm like, I'm about to be the next person to puke. I can't.
The thing is, I get what you're saying, Mary, because
Like the voice. Like he turns around, he's like, I choose you, and then you start puking.
Yeah, for real.
The thing is, I understand what you're saying, because poop, even though it varies a bit, a lot of most poop looks alike. It could change colors, it could be different texture, but a lot of poop looks the same. There's pretty much a couple variations of what poop looks like. But throw up, it's undigested food, so it could be whatever you
stop,
just had.
Dude, I don't even want to hear about it. I can't.
It could be
handle
liquid. It could be like chili.
What would
know.
you have puked up? What did you eat that you would have puked up?
I had
all those ribs from yesterday and the okra and a crusty pizza roll.
She didn't like the ribs. Did she?
avocado toast with ham and an egg on it.
Oh, imagine those pinks and greens.
Stop, dude, I'm not joking. This conversation is making my stomach
Take
hurt.
your headphones off. They'll start playing barf sounds. I remember I used to be...
God.
Alan, I would rather be in a room full of snakes, rats, mass murderers, and sharks than throw up once. I have actually considered not ever having children because I might have morning sickness.
Oh, grow up.
She says it's her biggest fear in life.
I hate it.
Get over it.
That does seem to rise to the level of a phobia.
That's irrational.
But, well, that's what phobia is. All right, let me give you this money here. Let's vomit $1,000 into your pocket. It's last chance today for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Did you happen to see the most beautiful girl? Did you happen to see the greatest news to come out of Hollywood in I don't know when? The greatest story I've read in recent memory, that Tim Robinson and I Think You Should Leave are going on tour.
I did see this.
Who could have foreseen this? They're starting at the Netflix as a Joke Festival there in New York, where I suspect we'll probably see our own Mary Santora take part in it.
Maybe
What if they come to you and they say,
Mary,
we'd
you
like
want to
you...
go back to talking about puking?
No, I mean, this is going to make me throw up, so either way.
We'd like you to be part of the I Think You Should Leave tour, Mary. Now, you're not a sketch comedian, but I mean, it's...
If I could open for them and then leave, I would do it.
taking it a little too literally, aren't you?
Yeah.
They're doing 10 cities. Not coming to Cleveland. But if you like this show, it's worth traveling. April 2nd through May 11th. They'll start at the Beacon Theater in New York, which is a great venue. They'll do the Chicago Theater, the Fox in Detroit. They'll do Nashville, Houston, Dallas, Phoenix, San Diego, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. So, if you're a big fan of the show, I Think You Should Leave. We all are, to a person on this show. We all are.
We are not.
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 fries, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You mean that's not the funniest thing you've ever heard in your life?
No, that's very stupid.
Someone said it wasn't stupid. Just fine.
The bones are the skeleton's money.
I like this one.
In our world, bones equal dollars. That's why they're coming out tonight to get their bones from you. The skeletons will pull your hair up, but not out.
It's so
dumb,
stupid, and great. Where'd you get that shirt?
Dan Flashes.
What was the name of the shirt store?
Dan Flashes.
Dan Flashes shirts. It was $136.
Yeah.
Anyway, the tickets for all the dates will go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you want to go travel to one of these cities, closest to us would be Detroit. On April the 5th, the world-famous Fox Theater for I Think You Should Leave, the tour. And congratulations to all involved. This is a guy who got blown out after 1 year at Saturday Night Live because he just hadn't found his thing yet.
But the thing is,
he was ahead of his time.
He had a lot of people that loved him on that show. It's weird that they got rid of him because he still has relationships with so many of the people that worked on the show.
Yeah. Yup. Alan, some people would say it's irrational to be in your 30s and not be able to poop in public. Ooh, shots fired, Cody. Shots fired.
Well, I don't think so.
See? Take that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can poop. I did it on the air. Broke out in hives.
Not really much of a poop.
Well, I tried.
So is the Shannon Sharp podcast the new Breakfast Club, or what's going on? We played the Cat Williams thing from a couple of weeks ago. Now Monique is talking to him for like 2 hours.
It was like 3 hours. I watched the whole thing.
It's like 2 hours. You watched the whole thing?
It's like 3 hours, yes. I watched the whole thing.
She goes in on everybody. Yeah. When did the Shannon Sharp thing get to be a thing?
I have no idea. I didn't even know who that man was. But
well, I figured you wouldn't know who. He played for the Broncos, yeah? Shannon Sharp back in the day?
Broncos and Ravens, yeah.
But somebody must be distributing this because it literally came out of nowhere, and I don't know.
I mean, he's got a ton of money, and
he's like the Black Joe Rogan.
But that's what I'm saying. He didn't just come out of nowhere with this. He must have signed a deal with somebody to put this thing out there.
He did. He has a sponsor. I forget what it is.
But is it just on YouTube?
I think it's probably on YouTube and other
Okay.
like podcast platforms, probably.
Well, she goes in on Oprah and Tyler Perry and Tiffany Haddish and Kevin Hart. And D.L. Hughley, of course, says she's full of crap. But, man, she's talking about Oprah and Kevin Hart.
This woman has overstepped with me in so many ways that somebody would say, if we wasn't Monique and Oprah Winfrey in the entertainment business, and we was Monique and Oprah Winfrey that worked at Costco, I see you in the break room. I see you at your cash register.
A lot of it's inside baseball, but it cracks me up. Because Shannon Sharp is sitting there like, he's kind of doing the old school like applause thing where you want him to keep applauding, but they're like, no, stop. Come on, keep applauding. No, stop. Come on. So when Monique talks, everybody done her wrong, according to her, right?
She just said a few people. She said that
Kevin Hart blew her off. She hadn't talked to him since.
Well, she's done this before. Not to 3.5 hours.
Well, yeah, she does. She's talking about, inequality in the industry, and she's being underpaid, and she's been underpaid for years. So she looks to people like Oprah Winfrey and Tyler Perry because they are, minorities in Hollywood.
Well, but didn't Tyler Perry produce that show that she was on for a long time?
No, the only thing, and he didn't even, that was the whole thing. Everyone thought that she was working for Tyler Perry and working for Oprah. They were executive producers on a movie she already did with Lee Daniels. It was Precious.
She won an Oscar for it.
She won an Oscar for it, but it was like an indie film, I think, originally through Lee Daniels Studios, and it like went to Sundance, and then they thought like, oh, we can really put this in theaters worldwide. So that's when Oprah and Tyler Perry like put their money in it, and then they wanted her to do a bunch of press that she wasn't contractually obligated to do, and she told them no, and that's when she said the blackball started to happen.
Which, by the way, I don't disagree with her on that.
Me either.
Actors hate doing junkets, but you got to remember a lot of them have points on a movie. So it's in their best interest to go out and get the word out and tell people what an amazing... She probably just gets paid a flat fee.
She said...
She's not getting points on a movie.
She did not get paid after it went international. She got paid $50,000 for that role.
Right.
And that's all she got. She did the press that was required for the indie portion.
Yeah, I do not disagree with her on that.
But that's one of those things where that's the contract she signed.
No, it wasn't. I'm telling you, the negotiations happened after the movie was already filmed.
That's not how you get into a movie.
Well, it might be how she did. She wanted to do a movie. And if it looked like it was going to be a tiny thing. Now, just so we're clear, this is Precious based on the novel Push by Sapphire?
Yes.
Kevin Hart blew her off, too.
I didn't ask Kevin Hart to do anything. He said, I'll executive produce, I'll partner with you, because we're in a deal with Endemol, and we're trying to get our talk show back. Now, Kevin Hart is one of the biggest entertainers right now in the world, right? And was then. 2 weeks go by. We get a call from Endemol. Endemol says, we just got a call from Kevin Hart's manager, Dave Becky. And Dave Becky said, Kevin doesn't want anything to do with Monique. I called Kevin Hart immediately. I said, hey, baby. We just got off the phone with Endemol, and they said Dave Becky called them up and said, you don't want anything to do with me. He said, Mo, that's a miscommunication. I can tell you right now. I said, wait a minute. Are you okay, though, with this white man calling them up, getting in between our relationship after something you said? He said, Mo, that's a miscommunication, and we're going to talk Tuesday. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you right now, it's a miscommunication. That was 2 years ago. I've never talked back to Kevin Hart again.
And Dave Becky's a big comedy manager.
Mm-hmm.
He had Louis. He had all. I mean, I think the Louis thing fell apart after the whacking off. But so yeah, D.L. Hughley said she's full of crap. Did you see that? Did you see him on?
She was screaming. They did a show together last year, and she was calling him a crybaby. I mean, in so many words that
she was like, "There's a reason why they call you DL."
He was billed as the headliner, but she wanted to headline, so she went up and just trashed him for like 25 straight minutes.
She said, "I feel sorry for your wife because your wife S is the D of a coward." In front of his wife. His wife was sitting right in the front
he
row.
did a thing on
I
Instagram.
wonder why she doesn't want to work with her. Huh.
Well, Club Shay Shay is getting messier and messier. It's almost like Wendy Williams didn't go anywhere. She just got a weight set. And so Monique was on. Every time I see Monique these days, she's on doing some greasy ass video with her and her daddy complaining about something or working out. I don't know nobody that work out that much and gain weight unless every.
Oh, come on.
What you do is got Captain in front of it. But apparently she
Every crunch you do has got Captain. I see what he did
goes on
there.
Club Shay Shay and tells the story about how she came on my radio show and I wasn't there at the time. And
oops.
Well, Club Shay Shay is...
Well, anyway, he goes on to say that she said that some segment that she didn't like and he didn't air it, but she said he did, and I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I know what it is. It was a game like Would You Rather. And
yeah, Would You Rather? That's right.
And they were asking, would her husband rather sleep with this guy without a condom or sleep with another guy with a condom? And she was like, why are they talking about my husband sleeping with a man?
I mean, I guess if you feel like you're already being blackballed, there's nothing keeping you from flaming everyone.
Right.
It's not like people are already banging down your door, but
and the thing is,
I'm just curious. More than anything, I'm like, when did the Shannon Sharp podcast get to be the place where everybody goes and then he goes viral because they,
I think it's sponsored by, I think it's FanDuel or something.
Oh, I don't know. No clue.
There's like a gambling thing on, like a gambling disclaimer after he reads off.
Well, he's a really prominent guy in sports media.
Right.
So he's got a ton of followers and he's getting big guests. So as soon as he says, hey, I'm doing this thing on YouTube, people are going to find it and watch it. So it's not like he's a nobody.
Especially if you start
established.
Especially if you start getting right. I'm just saying there's 4 billion podcasts out there. So it's like all of a sudden, I guess if word starts getting around that every time you have somebody on, they might go off.
Well, I don't care.
For
Wendy
3
Williams.
hours.
Yeah.
Wendy Williams is gone, so I need my fix. So I watched the whole
I
thing.
understand.
I got a snack. I dimmed my light. And I was like, all right.
You had
I'm
to spare 3 hours?
Well, I watched it while I was doing other things, but like I was pooping and I turned the volume up so I could hear it in the other room. And like it was.
So you're like, oh, I got to go poop. I'm going to crank up Club Shay Shay.
Yeah.
So that I can take care of this.
Yep.
All right. What's she saying? Who is she? What's going on? What is she? Who is she making fun of? Who's she mad at?
How could Oprah do that?
I got a break here. Want to send a text 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app. You can leave messages there as well.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Olivia Culpo. Let me see a picture.
She's like,
oh, jeez.
She's beautiful.
Man,
They
how have I
sure-
missed this girl? Just a model. I don't know her from any movies or anything that I know of. Oh, they got to put her in some. But I know a lot of football players have dated her in the past. Oh, yeah? I think she has a thing for ballers, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, my balls have a thing for her.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. Your time is important, no matter what your age or stage in life. Like me, you're busy. That's why you should donate your car to Cars for Kids right now. Cars for Kids offers hassle-free, quick pickup to every donor, so you save precious time, and you can fill out the online form easily at carsforkids.org. They'll send somebody over the next day to tow away that old or unusable car. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your car. Do a good thing, and you won't lose any time from your schedule doing it. Go to carsforkids.org today, and remember, that's cars with a K.
Want a sweetheart of a deal? Get to Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. Get zero down deals on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and Telluride. And with our lower prices and lower rates, you may be able to get into a new Kia for less than your current payment. Like a new 24 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $199 a month. 36-month lease, $34.95 to its signing, 10K miles per year, and no security deposit required. Buy a new Kia with 0%, 48-month financing, zero down at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman, or online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
0% APR on 23 Kia Sorrento, 2083 for 1,000 financing plus tax, tag, title, and dog fee on approved credit through CAMnet #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central region from 1/1 to 12/31/23 per Kia Motors year-end sales report expires 3/4/24.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time.
Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details.
Cupid couldn't create a more romantic scene than the Kimpton Schofield Hotel's Treat Your Lover package. We're talking a luxury room, valet parking, free wine, free swag bag, and a late checkout. A $300 value. Visit us downtown at the corner of East 9th and Euclid or online at theschofieldhotel.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy credit, easy drive. Where Cleveland goes to buy. OKOB, KiaofBedford.com.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Cleveland Clothing Company is the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland, from tees, hoodies, accessories, and official Buzzard gear. In-store and online, all February long, take off 20% with the keyword pierogi. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
This Saturday, it's the annual Chili Bash and Salvage Sale at Southeast Harley-Davidson. Got what it takes to be our chili champion? Call and register now to bring in your original recipe chili for a chance to win a Southeast Harley gift card. Tasting begins at 11 a.m. That's not all. Check out our huge salvage sale happening all day long and get a whopping 25% off licensed products and motor clothes too. It's all this Saturday at Ohio's legendary Southeast Harley-Davidson. Family owned and operated for over 75 years.
If you see me stopped in the McDonald's drive-thru, just staring at the menu with my "what should I order" face, don't interrupt. It's the most important decision I'll make all day.
There's a deal for every big thinker at McDonald's. Now order and pay in the McDonald's app and get 30% off any purchase of $5 or more. Valid once per day through 6/30/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes taxes. Must opt into rewards.
Traffic. From the Oak Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. An accident reported on Opportunity Corridor West before East 55. Traffic is slow from East 93rd Street. Accidents being cleared East 30th and Chester. Pearl at Brook Park. And sun glare may be an issue this afternoon. Traffic delays 480 West between 422 passing Lee. 271 South between the 480 Route 14 split and the exit to Route 8 South due to ramp restrictions. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with a huge deal on deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get free and fast delivery to your door. Restrictions apply.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. And you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Nominees include Crime Junkies, The Daily, My Favorite Murder, New Heights, Normal Gossip, On Purpose with Jay Shetty, The Retrievals, Scamanda, Smartless, and Wiser Than Me. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We will have 2 women and 2 cats in a 700 square foot apartment. You cannot bring any hoes to my house. We have
I need a place to bring these hoes back.
You are not bringing any
hoes to my house.
All of a sudden, you're in New York and it's surrounded by hoes. That don't mean you got to become one.
I just think you need to think it through.
I just think it's interesting. You were having a hoe phase and you're not including your friend Dustin.
Come out at night, stop playing bubblegum around my bike. What you know about me? Get back on mine.
There will be no hoes in this house.
You can have hoe sex out in the alleyway with the rats.
They got hourly rooms out there.
That is so ratchet.
Oh boy, that DJ Jake C. He's skeet. So far, no hoes in the house there, Mary, right?
You cannot bring any hoes to my house.
Right, no hoes as of yet.
Nope.
All right.
I love ratchet. It's one of my top 10 favorite words, if I had to put it in a category.
One of your top 10, where does it rank in that 10?
I don't know.
I mean, you got to know what your number 1 favorite word is. Might not be ratchet, but if you go, it's
bitch.
It's bitch.
Yeah. Really? I don't like bitch.
Well, but you're not pound cake.
Yeah, bitch is, it has so many different uses. It's bitch, serious. Bitch? Like
yeah, no,
angry.
I get it.
Like,
I understand all the permutations of it. It's just like the word feels icky to me.
Yeah, it's just in how you use it. But I understand you wouldn't use it. But me, it's... You know, every
it's your
language.
bread and butter.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you a bitch.
You a bitch. All right. Cavaliers play tonight. They are in Brooklyn to play the Nets. That is a 7:30 tip-off tonight, so 7 o'clock here on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app is when the pregame coverage will begin. They beat the Wizards in Washington last night. Cavs in D.C., 114-106. So they are in Brooklyn, and they'll head up to Toronto to play the Raptors on Saturday night. And you get all of it here. I was talking to a friend at home. He goes, hey, did you see your boy Devin Hester is probably going to go into the Football Hall of Fame? And I said, I did not see that. I love Devin Hester. He is the greatest returner of all time. I got so spoiled football-wise. I had been really spoiled by football because the Steelers won the Super Bowl in Detroit. When I was still living in Pittsburgh, I had been doing a week of shows in Detroit. They beat the Seahawks at Ford Field. And then I get the job at home, so I move back to Chicago to work. And the Bears are in the Super Bowl the very next year.
With Rex Grossman.
They lost because Rex Grossman. But that Super Bowl in 2007, Devin Hester, it's his rookie season. And he returns the opening kickoff of the – we thought we had won right then. Like 92 yards against the Colts. Now, of course, yes, they would go on to lose because – let me check my notes – Rex Grossman. But Devin Hester, God bless this guy. This dude is he's dumb as a bowl of pudding. But he should probably have been in before now. When I went back home to work, we did this big launch at this club for the new morning show, and we had local celebrities, guys from the Bears. Devin Hester was there. A guy named Brendan Ayanbadejo. You remember him? He played for a handful of teams. He was in the Canadian Football League for a while. He was with the Ravens. He was with the Bears, and chatted with Devin Hester for a few. But I love this guy. He is like talking to a rock, but an unbelievable returner in pro football. And if he gets into the Hall of Fame, it's long overdue. Bill, did you check out that Steelers exhibit there at the Hall of Fame?
No.
Oh. You going to check that out?
No.
You're not? Oh. I mean, it's open. It's there for another couple of weeks. They could probably got a line going out the door for that, don't they?
Started on fire.
The legacy forged in black and gold?
Gross.
In Canton?
Ugh.
Oh, I bet they have a whole thing on the Immaculate Reception. They got a Browns thing coming up. They're going to have a thing for the anniversaries of the Browns NFL championships. 1954 and 1964. Will you go down for that?
I don't know.
No? You're not going to go look at the busts of the Steelers players?
I don't
Been
know.
inducted into the Football Hall of Fame?
I don't want to.
Oh.
I hadn't planned on it.
All right, fine. Poundcake and I'll go. All right, fine. He and I'll
the
go.
sports people from the show, huh?
Yes, me and Poundcake. We'll go down there.
Where you
He's
buying
black.
Me?
What?
Where are you going to buy me?
What am I going to buy you?
Yeah.
I'll buy you, a Franco Harris commemorative poster. What do I know?
I'm sure there's like snacks and stuff.
Snacks.
Like
yeah, I'll buy you snacks,
like
yes.
Popcorn, hot dog,
Speaking
popsicle.
of black and gold, that dude in the men's room in the break with that gold jacket on, what was that about?
I think they're doing some type of Mardi Gras themed party because they were playing.
Oh, at the restaurant next door?
Yeah, because they were doing something. Me and Bill were walking out yesterday, and they were playing music, and it was a certain type of food, and there was a bunch of people. So I think it's some type of. I don't know when Mardi Gras is, but I think
it's Wednesday.
Okay, well then that's what it was.
I mean, today is technically Fat Thursday. I don't know if we do Fat Thursday in the States.
Every Thursday is Fat Thursday for me.
Yeah!
Come
Bill
to High and Dry
Squire.com.
to a night. High and Dry.
Fat Thursday is more of a Polish thing. In the United States, they do Fat Tuesday, of course, but Fat Thursday was traditionally, well, I don't know how it became Fat Tuesday, but Fat Thursday was like Punchki Day, and my wife's 110% Polish, and it was always Fat Thursday. I don't know when it became Tuesday, but maybe that's what they're doing over there. Maybe they're going OG. But I don't know what that gold lame blazer had to do with.
It's gold. Like it's. I'm looking
Gold,
at the colors.
purple, and green. Right?
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah, I think it's Mardi Gras themed. I gotta get down to Mardi Gras. I gotta get down to New Orleans. I've never been. I want to go.
It's really cool. Highly recommend.
That's probably like the only like. What do you do after you've walked the strip, other than walking the strip. What else is there to do in New Orleans?
A ton of stuff. There was a really cool sculpture museum that we went to. There's a lot of historical sites. We went on a swamp boat tour.
Mary's going to Poundcake. Mary's giving you all of these sober points of interest. That's not what you're going to be looking for. Yeah,
we didn't do any drinking. So
no,
I mean, there's
you're not
live
looking
music
for
every
that.
night.
Gay clubs in New Orleans.
Oh, they probably don't have any.
Yes, they do.
This guy takes the bait every time. Every time. He just reacts.
Oh, wow. They have a lot of gay clubs there.
What?
I know. I remember. I just know that for sure because there was a guy I was talking to, and he was just like, I lived in Florida. I lived in New Orleans. He's like, they don't love us in the South, but they love us in New Orleans. And there's just so...
Yeah, New Orleans is like a different country in the United States, with or without Mardi Gras. You know, they call it the Crescent City. You know why? Because everybody loves those Pillsbury rolls there. I mean, he goes, oh.
These clubs are so dated.
That's what you're landing on there? Oh, you know, I'd really like to go to New Orleans, but their gay clubs look so dated.
Though.
What? Yeah. I'm not going for the history. I want a brand new, modern gay club that was just built.
Yeah, like, I don't want to...
Yeah, but the whole city is steeped in history and culture.
I don't want to have to worry about if your pipes are going to burst while I'm trying to twerk.
Is that a euphemism?
No.
Should be.
Let's start a wall.
Hey, if I'm going to twerk on you, your pipes aren't going to burst, are they? Because I don't want that to happen.
Aggressive Cleveland Boat Show. Oh, wait.
Wrong one, Bill.
I got confused.
Well, listen, I think that one of these years, Poundcake should go down for Mardi Gras.
I can't go by myself, though. I'll die.
You won't go by yourself. I'll send you with a bunch of broadcasting equipment.
Okay.
And you can walk around talking to people.
Well, yeah, that'll give me a shield. No one's going to hurt a broadcaster.
No, nobody will knock you over and take all of your equipment. That won't happen.
I only almost got jumped by a bunch of girls on West 6th a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm. How do you almost get jumped?
Because I ran away.
They were in mid-pounce?
I didn't wait to see that one of the bitches took off their stilettos, and I was like, uh-oh. So.
What had you done?
You asked me a racially charged question.
You're talking about when we did Drunk West 6 Girls?
Yeah.
That wasn't a couple of years ago. That was like your first couple of months on the show.
I think I did it twice. So
I thought you meant you were like down there as a civil. Oh, I see.
No, I was asking.
Oh, Drunk West 6 Girls, yeah.
I was asking him some racially charged questions, and it was a white girl, and she was like, well, I don't know how to answer that. And then this chick in the background who happened to be black, she's like, we not doing this. She's like, Maureen, get out the way. And I'm like, I was like, no. I was like, it's just a joke. And then I ran. But she had her shoes off, and if a chick takes her shoes off and she's not even drunk, run.
I wonder if I have your old questions.
I'm sure they probably are.
Your deaf aunt keeps sending me naked selfies.
Oh,
that's Mattitude.
Yeah.
What is your deaf aunt?
I think you said my questions were trash. I don't know.
I'm trying to get the number for Johnny Manziel's Coke dealer. You know where I could get that?
No, but he's probably in jail by now because I heard there's a drought.
What a great voice. Oh, what a fantastic voice. How I miss those Drunk West 6 Girls. I said your questions are trash?
Well,
I wrote the questions.
No, not my questions, but like my answers for them. You said that it wasn't good, like they were trash. I don't know, quality trash, or they just responded badly. I don't know. I don't remember, but it was something of that effect.
Hey, man, forget New Orleans because the hijinks for Super Bowl weekend have begun. Did you see the video of the guy who is climbing the Las Vegas Sphere?
How do you even do that? It's a sphere.
I don't know.
Yeah,
suction cups?
Yeah.
Climbing a multi-billion-dollar structure?
Don't know. Said he was climbing to raise money for a homeless pregnant woman.
Bro,
what does that even mean?
You can't. How?
He's a skyscraper. Well, he probably looked at the Las Vegas skyline and thought, what reminds me of a pregnant woman?
I would have loved it if they
would
would
have climbed on the sphere.
They make like eyes, like a smiley face with eyes that follow you. I would have loved it if they would have just had the eyes follow, like, bitch, what you doing? Like
giant eyes on the sphere.
Like, what you doing?
Or just projected a sonogram onto it.
Oh.
He's calls himself a skyscraper climber, a guy named Madison Deschamps. Sure, a stage name. Live streamed his climb on Instagram and then told followers that he wanted to raise money for a homeless pregnant woman. He's trying to call attention to the forced birth divide in the country, I guess. Well, anyway, you figure that Sphere, they're losing money, so they probably figure, well, any press is good press. U2 is still playing there. I think their residency ends with the Super Bowl.
I think Grateful Dead is going to be there next.
Yeah, Fish and Dead and Company are going to be doing some shows there too. So
I think they just aim too high. Like anything is going to lose money when you're, you have to. It takes $1 billion a year to keep the lights on there. Like I don't know who grosses that. Maybe Taylor Swift, but she would have to have a residency there for a year.
Well, yeah, but you plan those things out. I mean, you when you are creating a prospectus for something like this, you go, well, here's what we expect to make. And if you don't, if you're not making your nut.
I just don't understand that because, like, movies, if they're lucky, they break even now. So
yeah, but this is why people have such a problem when billionaires want city tax money to pay for stuff like this. Because they go, okay, well, the gains are ours, but the losses are yours. Dummies of Vegas or dummies of Cleveland or whatever it is. So I don't know what the specifics are on the thing with the Sphere, but yeah, they're not making money right now because it costs a lot to keep it going. And gambling, none of these players are supposed to gamble. A couple of them have already gotten scooped up. One guy that just got signed to the Raiders got pinched for a DUI. He's not playing in the Super Bowl, obviously, but there's a lot of pro ball players there, and they're having fun. A lot of them are getting scooped up in Vegas.
They're at that Chicken Head Ranch.
Out in the sticks?
It's not that far.
I haven't been out there.
And they don't. And they one of the amenities they include is they send a limo for you.
Well, then why would he get picked up? For a DUI.
Wait, at a certain level of
pay,
they're sending a limo. They're not sending limos for every guy who goes out there to the thing, right?
No, the athletes.
Oh, the athletes. Oh, I see. It's an hour, 20 minutes outside downtown Las Vegas.
And it's nothing but desert.
It's right on the California border.
Yeah, if you speed, you could get there in 45 minutes.
Well, the first NFL player has been bit by a coyote in Las Vegas. I like how they say the first, like there's more to come, Yeah.
It's begun. The coyote bites. They're happening just as predicted 100 years ago.
The prophecy is being fulfilled.
All them juicy muscles they got. Those coyotes can't resist.
Oh, the delicious, delicious sinew of the professional athlete. Yeah, a guy who was...
Which guy?
And it didn't say it. NFL player in town for the Super Bowl was attacked by a coyote at Lake Las Vegas. And they called animal control out. They said, these are wild animals. Do not feed them. So, these players were like, hey, look, it's a big dog. They're not Rhodes scholars in the NFL. So they didn't say who it was. That's probably for the best. So this guy isn't mercilessly mocked, but a player has already been bit by a coyote. So they're off and running in Vegas. I'm going to break here. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192, before we get out of here. And then 7 o'clock tonight, that's your pregame start. Cavs are in Brooklyn to play the Nets. 7:30 is the tip-off on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Scooters Coffee.
A Brown spokesman responded to reports that owners Dee and Jimmy Haslam are buying 176 acres in Brook Park today, saying they're looking outside downtown for a stadium site. We continue to count down to Super Bowl 58. It's the Niners and the Chiefs. And DraftKings line favors San Fran by 2. And the Cavaliers, they're in Brooklyn tonight searching for an 8th straight win. Cleveland's finishing a back-to-back after they beat Washington yesterday. I'm Scott Davidson.
We all agree, coffee is great, but becoming a franchisee with Scooter's Coffee is amazing. Bring specialty coffee and job opportunities to your area today. Scooter's Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Find out more at ownerscooters.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Want a sweet